Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Trading Capital's daily live stream of the market open. Today is currently March the 14th. Let's try to make this a fabulous March day. So, good morning, Ram. Good morning. Good morning. Thank you for tuning in, everybody. All right, lots to discuss here as we move to the open in 10 minutes. Overall, we're looking at the Dixie, we're looking at Bitcoin, and we're looking at the QQQ. I actually took a MSTR short. I'm writing that one down. I do think that there's more downside. If you're not in, I would wait for a little bit longer, but my average on MSTR is sitting at 1790 at the moment, 1790 on a day trade short. Again, I gave this to my members in the pre-market, and it is coming down quite nicely. So I'm writing the crypto stocks down. One of the reasons I think we're going to see more downside in crypto. So this morning you had several data sets. You had the PPI come in extremely hot, kind of confirming that CPI inflationary trend. So definitely seeing some weakness across the market today, strengthen yield, strengthen the dollar because of those inflationary trends. So as long as the Dixie and the dollar stay green today, I think that small caps can be shorted into the ground. The IWM appears to be looking weak from my perspective. So I do think that you can short the Russell down today. You're also seeing weakness in the semiconductors yet again. So semiconductors are down on the back of NVDA, seeing weakness, SMCI. I think SMCI above 1175 is a short. Even in this range is a decent opportunity to short. So I think that one's a lucrative trade, definitely a lucrative trade. Then I think Tesla at the open is probably going to catch a bid. We have completed its downside move, intraday downside move. You know, you actually hit a low on Tesla all the way down at 166.30. If we retest that area, that's an absolute buy. I even think that you can still get some continuation move higher. It's still down in the pre-market, but it has bounced quite substantially. And this is kind of a viable range on Tesla at the moment. So I think I'm watching Tesla on the long side. I'm looking at crypto stocks on the short side. We are seeing the total crypto market cap bleeding here. Bitcoin's bleeding. So that's definitely going to help our MSTR short, which I am in at the ready at that 1795 zone. So beautiful, beautiful job. You can see MSTR pushed all the way up into the 1800s this morning. I mean, take a look at this reversal. This could be a significant top in MSTR. You know, the fact that MSTR pushed all the way up to these highs in the pre-market, I'm just going to mark this on the chart. Take a look at this. All the way up to this 1860 level, 1867. And now it's faded almost $150 from the high. So big bearish reversal. But I'm short at this 1790 level on MSTR, and I'm already in the money looking for more downside. We're already up about 4.5%. If members took that alert with me in the pre-market, you're absolutely loving life at the moment. A couple other things I'm looking at, again, fading SMCI. That one's acting sort of resilient at the moment. So I'm looking at that. You could probably go long the SOXS. There is a nice 10-minute bull flag. You also have that inverted head and shoulders on the SOXS that appears to be wanting to play out. Today you also have oil absolutely flying to the high 80, poised to go higher. Oil breaking above 80, a beautiful, beautiful bull flag in the making and looking exceptionally strong at the moment. Could be seeing a 3-bar surge on the daily, which would imply further upside, at least over the next 1 to 2 days. But this is looking like a very bullish chart. Energy stocks are going to rip today. And this is a natural headwind for the market, oil moving higher. And you have to expect oil's pushing. So it's only going to increase next month's CPI. And then if you stay elevated in these levels over the next month, it'll push the following months up. So a lot of weakness. Looking at the dollar chart here, on the left side of my screen, we do have an inverted head and shoulders that is triggering. Take a look at this hourly chart. So you have a beautiful little left shoulder here. You have your head, you have your right shoulder. You've actually broken the neckline here on the hourly chart. So it's an hourly chart breakout, and now you're looking to push higher and confirm. So Dixie is moving up. I think Nat Gas is hitting a double bottom here. Nat Gas is trying to firm up in price. At the moment is up 0.69 per range. So Nat Gas on the daily, obviously we all know, has bled lower, but the fact that it made a new low today and is reversing gives you some hope that this 172 level is actually going to hold in the short term. And if Nat Gas, I think, clears this little bit of a pivot zone, I'm actually going to draw it in. Just give me 1 second. If nat gas actually clears this little trend line here, I think I'm looking at longs on Boyle and UNG. Just a day trade. I think we can actually try to trade it all the way back up to 186. Whether or not that happens today, I doubt it, but there's always a potential since it is still oversold. So keep Boyle on watch. Obviously, MSTR, semiconductors, crypto. And then also, I think with oil being strong, look to fade the airlines, jets. Jets should be under pressure today for the majority of the day. Jets should really be under pressure for the majority of the day. All right, guys. So right now, NVIDIA down 1.5%. Apple's seeing strength, so it's helping the Qs. Microsoft also up 0.96%. So it's a lot of mixed price action at the moment, but you are seeing strength in the overall mega cap names, the two largest companies, but weakness in the crypto market. So there's going to be a lot of things happening here. You have energy pushing up. Being on Robinhood, cannot trade before 9:30 a.m. and 4 p.m. Eastern. So cannot take any trades before that at the same time. Cannot short stock, just calls and puts. Really, there's no pre-market data that you can set, Ram? There's no pre-market data like on your brokerage. Wow, that's actually a big disadvantage. I love pre-market. You know, a lot of the times I trade in the morning, I enter the market. Pre-market opens at 4 a.m. There's often some really good signals that you can enter ahead of the market. Wow, I didn't know you couldn't trade in the pre-market. That's certainly eye-opening. Definitely eye-opening. All right, guys, so as we progress here, we're just going to take it slow. But again, I'm short MSTR already. I think if you're not enter, wait for a bounce. Wait for a bounce maybe to 780. Even 1760 is a really good entry zone in my opinion. I think SMCI is a fade at this region. You know, even ARM, I'm surprised ARM hasn't made sort of any big sell-off. I do think that one is in store for a rather large correction, especially since the lockup is now complete. I do think that there's going to be some profit taking in that space. Guys, I'm going to grab Tesla on the long side here, 167.47. I just went long Tesla, 167.47. 167.47. I'm actually going to put Tesla up here on the chart, 167.47. I just went long Tesla. It's even dipping a little bit lower than that, but I'm long Tesla, 167.47. 167.47. This is a 1/4 position, but it's a day trade. It's a day trade. So we're short MSTR already. We're long Tesla. And I'm looking at potentially fading the Russell. $167.47 long on Tesla. And then we do have that MSTR short, which I have on my other screen. MSTR is at 1705. Boom. Look at that. That is a thing of absolute beauty. Let's pull up this MSTR. Nice, nice moves. All right, guys, markets will be opening here. So again, I got filled at 790, 1790. We hit a high in the pre-market all the way up to 1862. Now we're trading at 1709. So we're short MSTR from 1790, already in the driver's seat with members, up a whopping over 4.5%. So nice job. All right, guys, markets are set to open here. And we're open. Look at this MSTR drop, guys. This is a beautiful drop. Beautiful, beautiful drop. We continue to see crypto. Look at this bounce on Tesla, guys. Look at the drop on MST. We will take that. You could see MSTR down, at least 10%. All right, guys, I am exiting Tesla here. 169.40, 169.40. I am all out of Tesla. 169.4, all out of Tesla. Nice trade, nice trade. Still riding MSTR. You're still seeing the Qs gapping up. Semiconductors have caught a bid. SMCI currently is trading at about 1178. All right, guys, I am going to fade SMCI. I am going to fade SMCI. So we've taken profits on Tesla. Monster trade already at the open. Monster trade. All right, guys, I am short SMCI 1176.88. This is a 1/4 position. 1176.88. 1/4 position. Dollar's still ripping, guys. Dollar is still ripping. So just be cautious. Day trade short on SMCI. Come on, let's play ball. What do you think about shorting Tesla from 172? Yeah, it's a, let it bounce a little bit more. I think 172 is a decent area, but there might be a potential that you get so we're short SMCI. Sorry, 1176.
Damn, I forgot to fix that. My Discord bought us. Oh shit.
MSTR trying to catch a bid here, guys. MSTR is trying to catch a bid. Tesla moving up. So we've already taken monster profit on Tesla and riding MSTR down. So monster profits on Tesla, riding MSTR down. Tesla's still pushing. Microsoft trying to reverse lower. Bitcoin's still a little weak. Meta's trying to bounce. NVIDIA's hanging on to the 7-day moving average at the moment, guys. 7-day moving average on NVIDIA. All right, guys, I'm going to add to my SMCI right here, 1182.80. That's the second entry, 1182.80. 1182.80. That's the 2 of 4 entries. 2 of 4 entries. Dixie's flying, guys, triggering a move above 103 at the moment. The Dixie is flying at the moment. Look at MSTR, guys. This is now down on the session 6.88%. Monster move down. Beautiful, beautiful trade. This could easily get to this gap fill, which is sitting at 1597, guys. Look at SMCI fall now. Another day, guys. Another day in the live day trade room. Here we go. Let's go. Come on, baby. Come on. Flush it. Flush it, guys. Flush this market. Q's coming in. Dixie's still ripping, guys. The Dixie is still ripping. I think you could see Microsoft go negative today just based off of the Dixie strength. Tesla's made a bullish reversal to the upside. I do expect a little bit of rejection here at this vicinity. But what a monster drop in MicroStrategy, guys. What a monster drop. Bitcoin's still trending lower. Nat gas trying to push higher. VIX is actually selling off. You do have the indices. The SPY and the Q is green. Russell's getting slapped down. So again, that's another trade where we said that likely fade the Russell, and that one is beautifully working out beautifully. SMCI is pushing up. I'm going to add to my SMCI position right here, gap fill. 1187.65. I got filled on the third entry short. Third entry short. Wow, big push in the market. Big push in the market. Q's coming up. Q's coming up. I still think MSTR can come lower. My average on SMCI is 1182.80. A lot of quick movements here today. A lot of quick movements. Coinbase is falling like hell. Yes, sir. Ola Barpi. Ola. Yep, MSTR still coming in hot, guys. Still coming in hot. I like it at this gap fill. I will look to take some profits at gap fill. 11%, guys. 11% is monstrous gains. And I mean, it could even fall lower than that. Like, I'm looking at this daily chart of MSTR, and it's not looking too hot. You will have gap fill support. But remember, this one has been squeezing pretty much for all eternity. Even as the other crypto stocks have been weak, this one's been super strong. There's still a gap fill at 1424. Crypto is coming in hot, guys. Crypto is coming in absolutely hot right now. Holy. This is insane price action, guys. Come on down. Come on. Keep coming in. Look at this Bitcoin chart, guys. Testing 71K now. I'm going to flip to the hourly chart just so we can see where the next bigger level of support is. You're going to have support at this EMA, 113. Potentially a buyable level. Potentially a buyable level. MicroStrategy getting a little bit of a pop here, foreshadowing a potential bounce. Again, my average on SMCI is 1182.80. 1182.80. QQQ still trying to push up. Dixie's still breaking out here, guys. So the Qs are holding above the 7-day moving average at the moment, but we are into some decent resistance as we speak. The dollar's still, wow, what a bounce in MicroStrategy. I still think gap fill is a very, very likelihood. Nat Gas trying to push higher, guys. Nat Gas might want to make a move today to the high side. Yeah, I don't know why. Sometimes TradingView Bart is really wonky. So the YouTube stream is definitely the better place to watch it. Sometimes TradingView is wonky. All right, guys, big bounce in some of the semiconductors. You still have some weakness in crypto, but it is trying to firm up as we speak. Monster bounce in MicroStrategy. I'm still holding short. Apple's flying here, guys, to the high side. Apple is flying. I do expect Tesla to probably make another push higher at some point. But at the moment, it's gone back to the negative side. So you have at SMCI firm up here. Crypto's still weak. Bitcoin's still weak. Nat Gas trying to make a break to the high side, guys. I'm going to take a stab at Boyle. I just got filled at 1388. This is a 1/4 entry, guys. Long Boyle. 1388. Long Boyle. It's a natural gas levered play. 1388 long BOIL. Final entry on SMCI is basically going to be above this 1200 level. So if we hit 1200 or pierce, I will look to add again to SMCI. 1200. So a lot of action right at the open, guys. Usually we get to catch our breath for a moment, but things are just all over the place. Crypto dump. So again, 1388, we're long Boyle, 1388. And again, the final entry on this SMCI short is above 1200, guys, above 1200. Let's see if we can push this Boyle to the gap fill. That's what I'm looking for and expecting. Still have some crypto stocks trying to catch a bounce here. MicroStrategy trying to firm up. Bitcoin still dumping, now below 72K, guys. Now below 72K. I'll add to my Boyle position at 1375, guys. 1375. Look at crypto dump, guys. Look at crypto dump. Bitcoin's coming in lower. Let's see how MSTR is phasing right now. SMCI is still holding up. Microsoft holding up. Meta's weak on the session today. Meta's seeing some reversal. It's still holding some gains, but definitely seeing some reversals. So communication stocks might also see some more downside. Bitcoin support is at the 71.3, guys. 71.3. Sold Coinbase puts 25% of the money. Beautiful trade, Ram. Beautiful. Yep, that's a beautiful trade. I still think I can get 11% out of this MSTR. I think gap fill is looking very, very likely. Even looking at that daily chart, and I mean, it's still so extended on the daily. Crypto's still falling here, guys. Crypto is still falling. Potential reversal in crypto. Bitcoin's still coming in hot. I'm surprised that MSTR is holding up as well as it is. NVDA down 1%. Microsoft up 2.32. Wow, Microsoft. Just a monster move. New all-time highs, guys, on Microsoft. That's phenomenally crazy. I do expect Microsoft to come in at some point. It's probably looking like a little bit of a short trade up here. It is getting very long in the tooth. You are seeing NVIDIA starting to come down. So we're still holding MSTR short, Boyle long, and an SMCI short. At the moment, you do have a mixed market across the board. A mixed market across the board. Semiconductors are trying to firm up here. You have the Qs still holding positive gains. The dollar's still ripping higher. VIX is getting hit. Gold is getting hit. Tesla's still negative. Bitcoin down 1. MicroStrategy down 4. Coin down 4. Nat gas up 1.26%. Bitcoin, big bounce here on Bitcoin. Big bounce on Bitcoin. Still have lower support around that 71.3. Around this zone here. Tesla's back at our similar entry, guys. Tesla's approaching the similar entry. I do think that we can pick it on the long side again, guys. I do think we can pick Tesla on the long side again. But we are seeing a little bit of weakness trying to creep into the SPY and Qs. The Russell's still underperforming the market at the moment. The Russell's down 0.5%. That's with the strength in the Qs. Amazon's catching a bid now. Oil's still ripping above $80 a barrel, guys. Oil is still flying. I'm still riding MSTR, guys, and SMCI. We're basically just flat on our SMCI. Tesla's coming right back down, right back down. I do like Tesla on the long side again, guys, so keep that on watch. It is looking at it's at an interesting level here. It's at an interesting level. If we can get back below 167, I'll probably go long Tesla again. So keep that on watch, guys. Keep that on watch. We already traded it once successfully, very successfully. We are seeing the Qs and SPY running into some near-term resistance, but you have so much strength in Microsoft at the moment. Even Google's hitting the 50 daily moving average. That looks like a short on Google. That one looks like a short. Still holding SMCI. We're flat, in the money greatly on MSTR, but I'm wanting more. Boyle's coming in. We're down about 8 cents on the trade. Next ad level on Boyle's at 13.75, and then basically around 13.60. Come on, crypto. Give it up some more. Dollars at the highs above 103. So expect more weakness, guys. Expect more weakness to creep into the picture with the dollar pushing higher here. Microsoft seeing some sellers. Tesla's still above 167. I'm watching it closely. I'm watching it closely. Meta's trying to push up. You have NVIDIA curling down. So that should hit the whole entire semiconductor complex. All right, crypto's trying to stabilize. Bitcoin's holding above 72. Nat gas getting rejected here, guys. So coming up to our Boyle. SMCI is now falling, guys. Beautiful to see that trade coming in. Beautiful to see that trade coming in. That's what I'm talking about. Let's go. Let's go. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. How MSTR is doing again. Beautiful, beautiful trade. We're up about $12 a share and climbing. I think this one can actually fall probably to a low down here of, just give me 1 second. There's a big channel of support. You know, don't be surprised if SMCI wants to retest 1150 and then potentially 1135. You know, there's going to be bounces. All right, Bitcoin's coming in lower, guys. This should help our MSTR trade. This really should help our MSTR trade. So let's ride it. Let's ride this baby. Tesla, I'm still watching Tesla. Bitcoin's still dumping. So it's already been a huge day for us. Mara, can I buy puts or calls? Which direction are tailwinds? Tailwinds are in favor for the market to go. Sorry, tailwinds are always, if you think about a plane, a tailwind is positive. It helps the plane go faster when you have the winds with you. A headwind is when you're fighting the winds. So right now the market has headwinds. The dollar's strong, yields are ripping, and then oil's ripping. So 3 out of the 4 big headwinds for the market are forcing this market lower. Oil, yields, and dollar are not in favor of the market going higher today. You do have the VIX down, but that probably will catch a bid today. So the market should trend lower today. Indices should go negative. Russell's leading the charts to the downside. Crypto's getting hit. So indices should see weakness today based off of the 10-year up 1.7, the Dixie up 0.28. So and again, you had that hotter than expected PPI number. You had worse than expected retail, and then you had a strong labor market. So kind of the worst setup for economic data there was. The worst setup. We've already taken one monster win on Tesla. We're already riding SMCI. Huge in the money profit, guys. Huge profit. Huge win here on SMCI, guys. Look at this. Look at this, guys. MicroStrategy falling sharply. I still think MicroStrategy at gap fill will hit. Reason being, I think crypto Bitcoin tests the 71K level, maybe even lower. The extension move that crypto has had is one for the ages, and I'm still expecting a 20 to 30% decline. Look at this move on SMCI, guys. We walked you through this. Members, I gave you that signal in the pre-market, and you're beautiful. You're in the position to be banking here. Look at this move down, guys. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. QQQ is about to just went negative. SPY just went negative. The Dixie is absolutely ripping, guys. We're still long boil, 1388. VIX is now catching a bid. So now if you have the VIX turn green, that's 4 major headwinds against the market. 4 major headwinds. You could probably buy puts on coin, but just realize that you could get a bounce in crypto and Bitcoin around the 71K level. So just understand that Coinbase has actually shown more relative weakness along with Mira, whereas MSTR hasn't. So MSTR is still much, much more elevated than the crypto, but just be careful. Crypto will get a bounce. You're in a very raging bull market in crypto. All right, guys, I'm going to like Tesla on the long side here. 166, I just got filled on Tesla long. And I'm going to cover my SMCI right here, 1146.50. Just covered SMCI 1146.50, guys. Beautiful trade there. Beautiful, beautiful trade. That's the day trade. These are all day trades, guys. 1146.50. I just covered SMCI and we're long Tesla at 166 even. 166 even. Still holding MSTR, guys. Still holding Boyle. So a nice over 3% win on SMCI. Monster gain. Thank you very much. Let's look at Tesla now, guys, because I do think that Tesla is going to catch a bid off this area. It's definitely more oversold compared to the market. It did go green initially, but we're long at 166, guys. 166. Crypto's still coming in hot. Dollar's still ripping at the highs. So this is a 1/4 entry on Tesla, guys. It's even dipping lower than our 166 area. It's even dipping lower. Bitcoin catching a small minor bid here. So a huge successful trade on Tesla in the morning off of the open. A monster trade on, look at this Tesla bounce. Come on, Tesla. Get going. Get going. Crypto still holding MSTR, still holding Boyle. Boyle, I just got filled at 1175 for the second entry. 1175 second entry brings my average down to 1382. Again, we're long Tesla at this 166, still short MSTR at this pre-market 1790 level, guys. 1790. Crypto's still falling. Bitcoin, Meta, everything's reversing. Apple's reversing. Again, guys, we are long Tesla 166, short MSTR, long Boyle. Took profits already on one Tesla long. Took profits already on SMCI short. Look at things going, guys. This has been a tremendous day today. This has been a tremendous day already, and we're only 21 minutes in. Only 21 minutes in. stunning day, guys. Stunning day. QQQ's at the lows. Russell getting clapped. Daily chart of the Qs showing a breakdown. Daily chart of the Qs are showing a breakdown. Mara down 8.5%. SOX is flying here, guys. The SOXS is flying to the high side. This is beautiful. SOXS has triggered a breakout. Monster trade. Look at MSTR, guys. Look at MSTR. New lows on MSTR. This is a beautiful, beautiful thing. This is an absolute beautiful thing to see. Bitcoin's coming into some support. The VIX is just ripping now too. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. All right, guys, I just covered the MSTR day trade here at 1616. 1616. I just exited the MSTR day trade. MSTR day trade. I just exited for a beautiful profit, making roughly $2,600. Thank you very much. So beautiful job. We're just holding a Tesla long now and a Boyle long. Tesla and Boyle long, guys. Still think the Qs can probably catch a bid here at some point. What a busy morning. Crypto's still coming in hot, guys. Crypto is still coming in hot. Oil's still pushing up. Microsoft's still holding firm. Qs are trying to find a support zone here. Remember, downside target on the Qs is from that head and shoulders yesterday is 437.24. But odds are we do go lower. You're approaching the 20-day moving average on the Qs, which is sitting at 437.49. So 437.49 is the 20-day moving average on the Qs, guys. All right, Tesla's getting a nice bounce, guys. Let's look at the Qs here. And Boyle, sorry, we'll look at Boyle as well. We're still long Boyle, remember. We're long Boyle. Nat Gas is trying to catch a small bid here. Thank you, Eric. Thank you, Eric. I appreciate that. Thank you, Eric. Again, we're long Tesla, guys, and long Boyle. And we're looking for more upside. So again, average on Boyle is 1382, guys. 1382 average on Boyle. Bitcoin's still coming in hot. Crypto should be hitting some support here, guys. So there might be a long trade on the likes of MSTR here. Crypto is hitting some support. Oil is now pushing up, guys. Oil is now pushing up here. So this is beautiful. Now in the money on Tesla, big wick energy on Bitcoin. MSTR catching a nice bid. Still have majority of sectors red today. So this could be a confirming downtrend, guys. Based off of what I'm seeing in the yield market, dollar market, oil market, and VIX, don't be surprised if this is a confirming downtrend today. And what does that mean? That means all sectors should go red. What I'm seeing here, you have both Dow components red today, and you have the majority of sectors red, except for energy and XLK. So there's a scenario, where we could have a confirming downtrend today. That would not shock me at all. All right, guys, so we're long boil. We took profits on SMCI. We took profits on Tesla once. We took profits on MSTR, monster profits on MSTR. I am seeing ARM coming in. I think that one's a fade opportunity. A swing trade short is ARM. I think that one is going to come in pretty hot. I do think that we're seeing some distribution in ARM that should yield some more downside.
Looking at the 5-minute EMA right now, since we just got that big move down, it looks like when you go to a 15-minute chart to look at the 9-minute, it looks like that's where it should be set up at the 5. So, before IWM coming into this 202, it's honestly, I'm probably going to hammer this heavy level. Wait, long IW or short? Well, not long today. I think tomorrow. I'm planning on letting everything bleed out. It's had a gap fill 6-hour bear market. I'm expecting everything to kind of bleed out, and then
Tesla's still coming lower, guys. I will add to Tesla at 165, so basically $1 lower. 165. I will add to Tesla. Still riding Boyle. Hopefully that can move up. All right, guys, new trade alert. I'm shorting ARM here, 132.21, 132.21. Just recognize this is high risk because of the fact that semis have already been under pressure, but I'm shorting ARM, 132.21, 1/4 entry. So right now we're long Tesla, short ARM, and long BOIL. Again, I still see the QQQ falling much lower today based off of what has transpired. There's a lot of weakness creeping in. You are still potentially on the verge of triggering a head and shoulders. You're currently teetering on the neckline. I appreciate that, Bart. No, let it snow. Coming up into a little bit of a gap fill here on Snowflake. Definitely getting some oversold price action. Market's weak though, so we could. Wow, look at the VIX surge, guys. The VIX is absolutely flying here. The VIX is absolutely flying to the high side. That's actually going to make it difficult for even the likes of Tesla to bounce. Still think Tesla can catch a bid off this level. Remember, it's actually had much, much more negative price action than the entire market. You have NVDA coming in. Microsoft's now coming in. Meta's down. Pretty much everything today is being sold into. Everything except for oil and the VIX are catching a really, really big bid. Snowflake's interesting at this level. It is interesting. I'm eyeing up this gap fill on Snowflake. We are trading into a daily oversold RSI, so keep Snowflake on watch. Qs are currently just hitting the neckline as we speak. Oversold condition. Just remember, market is weak. VIX yields dollar strong, so lighten up the share size if you're going to be going long today because things can overshoot. Right? Things can definitely overshoot. We're still holding an ARM short, Boyle long, and a Tesla long. Still have MSTR down 6, coin down 5, nat gas up 1, Tesla down 2, SMCI down 3.8, AMD down 1.68, Microsoft up 1.68, NVDA down 3.2, Apple down 0.96. So now you're starting to see what appears to be rotation out of semiconductors back into Apple, back into Microsoft today. Again, Microsoft's valuation is getting a little bit juiced, in my opinion. Definitely a little bit juiced. We are seeing Boyle trying to uptick. Guys, keep Snowflake on watch. We're going to go long at this 158.74. At least I am. I can't tell you what to do. I can only tell you what I do. Tesla getting a nice bid here. Tesla getting a nice bid. That's beautiful to see. Beautiful to see. Again, we're short arm. Long Boyle. Crypto's trying to get a small bounce at the moment. Tesla's still trying to push up here, but market is weak, broadly speaking. Oil new high, $80.28. Wow. Wow. Oil's a monster today, guys. Oil is a monster today. Just an absolute monster. Jeez. Tesla's still trying to firm up. Bitcoin's catching a bid now, guys. Snowflake, I hope we get one more dip. I'm still holding Boyle. Snowflake. Let's see. Ram. Sorry, Ram. It's just been a busy morning. I haven't been able to look at the comments as much. Stocks. My stocks calls are moving good, but puts are not moving since yesterday, where the expiry is for April 19th. April 19th. But puts are not moving since. Yeah, I'm not too sure. Means calls are increasing my profit, but in my put, my big loss is not decreasing. Why? Sorry, let me just read that again. My calls are moving good, but puts are not moving since yesterday, where the expiry is April 19th. Means calls increase my profit, but not too sure why your puts aren't moving yet. I do think that they will. We're catching a little bit of a bounce here across the semis. So, I mean, the stocks, has broken out of that inverse head and shoulders, but we're still looking to potentially see the semis break down some more. I mean, if you look at the SOXS as a whole, and Snowflake doesn't appear to be wanting to cooperate with our downside target, that's too bad. That's too bad, guys. But if you look at SOXS as a whole, we are having a nice day on semis today. You have triggered this inverted head and shoulders pattern on the SOX ETF, which takes you to about $4. Now, just keep in mind, the NASDAQ is hitting the 20-day moving average today. It tagged the 20-day moving average. Typically, when you're in a raging bull, all moving averages get bought. We've seen the 7-day get bought. We've seen now the 20-day getting bought. So semis could bounce here. There's certainly some things that suggest that semis can bounce. Guys, our Tesla trade is ripping. We're still long Boyle as arm. So long Boyle is working out nicely now. We're long Boyle, which is a nat gas levered play. Long Tesla, guys. We are in the money. We are in the money on Tesla. I'm still seeing the Dixie above 103. I expect Boyle and nat gas to try to push for this gap fill, which is sitting roughly at about $14, guys. $14. Nice move in Boyle coming into the picture, guys. Nice move. Oil still pumping. So now you're going to have the dollar still push higher. The 10-year's up a whopping 1.57. So now you're starting to see the market reprice off of the inflation data, guys. And because the PPI today confirmed that data. So nice bounce in the Qs. Nice bounce in the Qs at the moment. I expect the Qs to retest maybe a 439 and then get rejected. So watch this Tesla trade closely, guys. I am going to put a break-even stop. So I'm not going to let this trade go against me. Break-even stop on Tesla is in play. Break-even stop on Tesla. Qs are hitting first level of all right, guys, I'm moving my stop on Tesla up to 166.3. 166.3. I have a stop on Tesla at 166.3.
Yeah, I like the inverted hammer than the hammer that's literally my favorite setup, so gotta give it a go there.
ARM is pumping, guys. ARM is pumping.
Supported lower on Qs.
Apologies about ARM at the moment. It is starting to pump higher. I'm going to add to my ARM short at, let's just see where this next resistance lies.
Yeah, I'm scared is
All right, guys, I'm moving my Tesla stop up to 166.70. 166.70. 166.70. Tesla stop is adjusted.
not so
Locking in 70 cents a share. 166.70.
maybe like a 438.05 low ish. Bounce, lock a lower high again, and then bounce probably exactly 438. I don't know, 50. Yeah, that would be
Boyle's making a nice move up, guys. Boyle's making a nice move.
or over 438.
Crypto getting a decent bounce. MSTR has recaptured a lot of the losses that it's had, only down 3%. Now, I do think that MSTR is a fadeable opportunity again. All right, guys, I'm going to add to my ARM short up here, 134.75, 134.75. Average on ARM is sitting at 133.23. 133.23. Tesla hit our stop, guys, so we are all out of Tesla for a nice little gain. Another little win on Tesla. Still riding Boyle. That one's moving up nicely. Looks like gap fill is looking likely. All right, let's look at the Qs here. Let's look at the Qs. Yeah, it is a crazy good day. Crazy good day. Sorry guys, no audio. No audio.
We will see. Wonder what today's
What's the next RMAD level? Above 137.
yesterday contract.
Above 137. Sorry guys, I had a little bit of audio there. But again, to sum things up, we're in a Boyle long, 1382. We're in an arm short down on that trade. And I'm back in an MSTR short at 1706. Sorry, 1707. 1707. Back in an MS stellar day. I hope I wasn't for a long time. I don't even recall pushing my mute button on my mic. And again, guys, with oil still ripping almost out at 81 a barrel now, it's forcing yields and dollar higher. You know, we're getting hotter inflationary trends, and it really hasn't even taken into account what oil is doing right now. So it just goes to show you that, you know, the sentiment in the market can change very quickly based off of yields. Again, most sectors are red today. The only sectors green are XLK and XLE. Remember, XLK has a 23% weighting in Microsoft and roughly, I think, a 15-16% weighting in Apple, and those two stocks are green. So imagine where the NASDAQ and the S&P would be if Microsoft and Apple were weak today. It would be substantially lower. But what a crazy day today, guys. Huge profits for us. Again, I'll add to MSTR at this gap fill. If we push to gap fill, I'll be kind of shocked, but I will add there. And again, we're riding 437, 0 DT put on the Qs, guys. 437. I expect the indices to hit 437, which would be a new low of day. Again, Dixie's still putting in new highs. You have the VIX green, dollar green, yields green, oil green. All four major headwinds are in favor to push this market lower. All four major headwinds are in favor to push this market lower, guys. What a bounce on MSTR. Just shows you the relentless buying in these crypto stocks. Even though Bitcoin's weak on this session, yes, it's had a nice bounce, but still a massive move. And again, we'll add to MSTR gap fill. How's that Fisker chart doing? I know that one gapped down quite substantially. Boyle's making another high move, so we're pushing up in our Boyle position. That's good to see. MSTR and ARM are not really cooperating yet. But let me pull up that FSR chart. I know they're kind of going potentially insolvent. They're down currently about 48%. Wow. Kind of a interesting area here for Fisker. It could make a little bit of a push higher here in the near term, but super risky. It's definitely risky buying down here.
I was watching the higher low we just made. I have 277.5 is the converted level that we played off of last.
ARM coming in now, guys. ARM is coming in now. Guys, as a high risk play on Fisker FSR, I'm going to pick up some common shares and just tuck them away for a high risk lotto plate. I got filled at 0.1672. 1672. Long on FSR. This is just a pure speculative gamble. No fundamental reason. The fundamentals are absolutely against this stock. But, you know, since we're in a crazy bull market, what we've been seeing is stocks getting bid up when they go into receivership or bankruptcy or potential bankruptcy. We've seen it across the board with a variety of stocks. Carvana was a penny stock, almost trading at the lows. Look where it is now. You know, Hertz. There's a variety of different companies that have actually pushed higher. But Fisker, high risk trade, size for loss. You know, I'm only putting about $4,000 into it. $4,000. So it's a very small percentage of the portfolio. Tiny, but that's size for loss. Expect that position could go to zero. Expect that position could go to zero. But I'm just taking a little bit of a speculative trade here since we are in a raging bull market and markets are not trading in fundamental alignments. So you're just seeing crap stocks get bid up all over the place. And that's typically the trend that we've seen in this bull market since we started that massive QE and low artificial interest rates, is the fact that stocks just get bid up no matter what. So ARM coming in, MSTR coming in, QQQ still stuck in a range, but I went long FSR at 1672 as a pure speculative play. A pure speculative play. Understand there's a great deal of risk, but I'm just going to tuck them away and we'll see what happens. We will see what happens with this trade. Down, substantially on the session, then gapping down over 48% today. Certainly a opportunity for at least a small technical bounce. But again, just realize that any day now this stock could be pulled today for all we know. But definitely seeing an interesting bounce right now. But it's a very small size trade, Tom, great day? Yes, it is. It's been a fabulous day. Tesla coming back down, that's into an interesting level. It's been an epic session today. Probably, wow. Just crazy. I'm already exhausted. I am already exhausted, and we're only at 10:25. Whew. All right, let's just settle things in here. I'm still holding Boyle. That's pushing up to the high of the day. Boyle still riding BOIL, guys. BOIL, looking to break this flag pattern and push higher. We're back in the money on MSTR, just waiting on this ARM. Waiting on ARM. I still think MSTR could go all the way down to 1593 today. That's your gap fill. So don't be surprised if that starts to come in. Google new high, Microsoft at the highs, Apple at the highs, Tesla still near the lows. NVDA trying to catch a bid, AMD trying to catch a small bid, Bitcoin still weak, Meta trying to curl up here. Rejection here, IYT coming in. Oil still at the highs, trading at $80.66 a barrel. So oil still trading at the highs. We saw the sell-off today. Qs are still running into resistance. Dixie had a big surge there, guys. Take a look at this Dixie chart. I'm going to pull it up for you. The Dixie is just absolutely a monster today. The Dixie is a monster today. Look at this chart. It's just oil's forcing it higher. Oil, the 10 years up 2.1, 30 years up 1.93. Look at the Dixie go. The Dixie could retest all the way this high pivot bar here at 103.34. The rate and the momentum that it's trading into right now, it could push all the way up to that high pivot bar. And then I do expect the Dixie to test the 50-day moving average, but monster breakout on the Dixie. Monster breakout. 4 minutes and we'll see where it is. Nat gas is going. Yep, that's right. We will see where it's going. All right, MSTR. We're back in the money on MSTR, guys. So again, 1706 short. We're now trading at 1691. That's proving to be another monster winner. MSTR is shaping up to be like that coin trade that we did a couple days ago. Very, very bullish. Guys, I'm going to put a stop loss on Boyle at 1370. Just in case we get a quick flush. 1370 stop on Boyle. And that'll be on a 1 minute closing basis. 1 minute closing basis. $13.70 stop. We are slightly in the money right now. I mean, you could even put a break-even stop on your trade. You know what? I'm going to put a break-even stop just in case. I don't want to let it go against me. So I'm actually going to put a break-even stop at 1382, guys. 1382. Just in case. Again, if we dip now, on nat gas, a flash dip, then I'm going to buy this Boyle level here at 1357. Still waiting on ARM, still waiting on MSTR, still waiting on Boyle. Qs are still chopping in the sideways range. Dixie's still at the highs. Yields are still at the highs. Bitcoin's still above 72K, so still showing some strength in Bitcoin. Definitely some strength in Bitcoin. MSTR catching a bid. ARM catching a bid. Guys, we might stop out of this Boyle trade. It's getting very close. Oil's taking a small breather now. Basically back to the flat side on Boyle.
It's not a make or break number today that says the consumer's done and over with. I would just continue to look at those debt levels.
Boyle 1415, guys. 1415. I am out of Boyle. What a move. Hit target. Pierce the target by a massive margin. I do expect that nat gas can actually push higher off of this, but we took profits there. What a spike. Another successful trade. Beautiful to see, guys. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Excellent job on Boyle if you caught that with us, guys. Excellent job on BOIL. Beautiful. Beautiful. That's what I'm talking about, guys. We crushed that trade. All right, we're pretty much in the driver's seat of all of our positions here. Dollar taking a small breather. Dollar is taking a small breather.
I always appreciate it. You guys always have some really good knowledge here. Man, if this thing can break this 5160 level, this is a wild ride today. So you guys have a good one. I'll jump back in here. Thank you. All right, Kim. I appreciate you. Yeah, nice recovery.
Wow, that was epic, guys. That was epic. What a spike. Finally, when the data comes in line with where we're positioned, that's beautiful to see. Oil still pushing. Qs, big push on the Qs. Qs are coming up into its little bit of resistance here on the 10-minute EMA 113. Still holding ARM short, MSTR short. Dollar's taking a small breather, which is why we're seeing a little bit of upside momentum in the Qs. Dollar is taking a breather.
It's a tough one. It's a toughie. Qs are at that NVDA low.
Guys, that was amazing. That was an amazing spike. And again, anybody that hasn't checked out, our members have been printing profits here. We've taken profits today. Nice amount of profits today. Even in the day trade room, we've taken monster profits and still looking for more, still hunting for more. If you haven't checked out my Trading Capital membership, definitely check it out at tradingcapital.ca.
It's a good morning overall, though. Everybody got a little bit longs and shorts. Yeah, a little bit of everything. Yeah. But Jordy, that exit you had on Netflix, stupid, bro. I should check the cons because you remember that PDD.
What a monster day, guys. Nat gas -9 BCF. Thank you, Bart. Thank you. Bart, I did receive your email. I'll reach out for the team. I'll reach out to the team today and see what's going on with the issue. But you may have to try to just create another account. Did you sign up with the new account, Bart? Can't recall.
Yeah, PE, so the spreads are getting real wild right now. Something's going on with them. I don't know what the deal is, but like they had earnings scheduled for this morning, and then they pushed it out. And I had rolled down actually like.
Yeah, you may have to sign up with a new account.
And every time I take it, this thing short.
Wow, guys, what a spike down in oil. Oh my goodness.
Like all the IV just got like poof, disappeared out of the contracts. And then I saw it again yesterday. I was like, okay, 120 puts. These are like too good to pass up. But it's still they're super spready here. Oh man. Yeah.
Apple, Microsoft still consolidating near the highs. You have Bitcoin coming in a little bit more now. So you could see crypto stocks under further pressure. We are seeing MSTR fall a little bit more. Still holding an ARM short. Guys, actually, ARM is into a fairly decent swing tradable level here. ARM is into a really decent swing tradable level. Boyle right back up. Anybody had that opportunity to pick up Boyle again? It dipped all the way down, and now it's pushing right back up. MSOS along here. Let's take a peek. MSOS. I'm just looking at it on my other screen. Yeah, this one's got a nice flag pattern. It is trying to push higher, so I have no problems with that. Just recognize that small caps are weak today, so the Russell is negative. So that could be a little bit of a headwind for MSOS, but it is looking like it's trying to press higher here off of a nice intraday flag pattern. So I do think that you probably will press higher here.
Yeah, you're like 618 retrace right there. Tough call. Outside at the bottom, predicted band paper as you close the top. Predicted band.
Oil's still pushing higher, guys. Oil is still pushing higher. So at the moment, we're riding an MSTR short at the 1707. We're riding a ARM short at 133.23, and we're riding a QQQ 437 put. QQQ 437 put. And still holding a speculative FSR long. Just a pure lotto play on FSR. Just because our markets are irrational. Absolute wild price action in that gas, guys. Wild price action in that gas.
We could break that range real quick if this is that lower high anywhere in here. Yeah, it will not be fun. Look at NVDA. So we're not getting a 50% reclaim going back. Okay. No. Those are more high though. You got 6.8. Yesterday's close on 5/15/97. We're still pretty good ways under that. Yeah, I'm gonna grab a couple bucks.
Oil's still gunning higher, guys. You know, that makes me bearish on this market. Oil, VIX green, oil green, yields green, dollar green. You know, things should go lower here, guys. Russell's absolutely responding. It's really just mega cap tech being led by Microsoft and Apple that are staying firm here. They're not really giving up any of the gains as of yet. You know, as of yet. Often I have seen this playbook where they keep mega cap tech absolutely firm. But what a bounce in the Qs. What a bounce. Jeez. So notice how SPY is actually relatively weak compared to the Q say. All right, we're seeing MSTR come in a little bit more now. Let's see if we can get some more downside in ARM, guys. Let's see if we can get some more downside.
It's at 188.71 for 188.65. Yo. Guess who got this run up on Microsoft, huh? Oh, shit. Oh. Nuts, though. Yeah, what's up? What's morning? How you guys doing today? Doing good, baby.
Again, I still think MSTR can come down to 1593 today after taking a whopping gain on the first short. I think we can ride another 6.5% down. I really do. We're seeing a heavy sell side program coming back into Bitcoin simultaneously. Dollars pressing higher. So all of the headwinds in the market are favoring lower price action, guys. Do not try to bottom pick the longs here, guys. I think we're going to enter a distributive phase. I've seen this playbook before where they do a whole bunch of selling under the hood in the initial stages of the morning. They keep a few of the mega cap names strong, like Apple and Microsoft, that really have the heaviest weighting in the indices to kind of disguise the initial volume sell. And then the big question is there's going to be either two scenarios. Either the weak stocks firm up and markets rip, or they start selling Apple and Microsoft down. So my best guess is with the headwinds in the market right now, they're probably going to start selling Microsoft down. I mean, Microsoft's into new all-time highs, so it's trying to soothe investors. You know, when you have the largest company at all-time highs, it puts a little bit of an underlying positive optimism in the market that changes the sentiment to more optimistic. So I do think that they're trying to rope in new long liquidity at this point, but I do not see it yet. I do not see it. Based off of the data that we've received, you know, this market should trend lower. I mean, the Q's hit that daily 20 moving average, which is a big support, but I think we go lower than that. Which is why we're riding a couple shorts. Boil's trying to push back up, guys. BOIL. So Nat Gas is still trying to firm up here. Short DraftKings. DraftKings seems like about a $10 retrace to about $32. Let's take a look at DKNG, DraftKings. Nice. We're up nice. Our ARM is starting to come in. I do like ARM at this level for a swing short as well. I do like ARM for a swing short. I think that we're going to see a big dump on the lockup, especially since the data's changed. You know, as of a couple days ago, investors weren't expecting inflation. Then we had a hot CPI and then confirmed it today with a hot PPI. Yeah, I think DraftKings is a tough one, right? It's still in a big uptrend pattern and you're kind of at no man's land. You can go down, but really it's not a short until you break this wedge. You can actually even float all the way back up. I do suspect that obviously this does trade with the market. I would not, that gap feels pretty big. That gap feels pretty decent. But just be careful with DKNG. It's trades very uniquely on its own. Very, very unique. MSOS, yep, still looking okay. MSOS holding that 770 zone. Let's flip back to the Qs. Qs did take a nice dip there. So we're seeing some continued weakness in the Qs. Qs have actually gone negative again. SOX down about 1%. Dixie up 0.4, putting in new highs, guys. Dixie is putting in new highs. Apple, Microsoft now starting to come in. So this is where it gets interesting for the NASDAQ market because you do have those two largest companies starting to see some sell side pressure. So that typically means that, now that we're getting rejected off this key EMA 113, I think we retest 437. We're still riding 437 puts. You even had a huge entry over the last 10 minutes here to basically get a better fill than I did. ARM pushing up, MSTR pushing up as the Qs roll over. IWM trying to find support at its 20-day moving average. It did pierce it by a great margin. It's currently sitting at 203. The 20-day moving average is at 203.33, so you're about 33 cents lower than the key moving average. Again, Boyle trying to move up. You have all sectors red except for XLE and XLK. And that's skewed because of Microsoft and Apple. Tesla again showing a little bit of signs of accumulation. Tesla could actually try to pop off this level. Again, I'm only interested in Tesla if we retest the lows, which is sitting around just above 165, guys. Just above 165 is the lows on Tesla. Could be forming a little bit of a bear flag, but again, there is some support on here on Tesla. There's some support in this range. Definitely some support. A couple of the stocks that are actually moving to the high side. APM up 63, Robinhood up 6.9, Apple up 1.3, HOLO up 7.9, NYCB down 11.6, Lithium America Corp up 11.69. Wow, Under Armour down 12.84, getting absolutely crushed to the downside. Dick's up 12%. Nice move on DKS. Wow. Soundhound down 4 or 5% now. So definitely some weakness in this market. Yield still at the highs. SMCI down 3.6. That was a nice short, guys. Nat Gas up 1.8 right now, trying to push higher. Netflix slightly green. Rig is up 2.3. Eli Lilly slightly down. Snapchat down. Carvana down. And face down 4.2. Boeing catching a bid 1.23%. Despite that negative pressure. Boeing is trying to catch a bid here, guys.
Basically holding the lows of yesterday. Just stay up here from 280 to 290. I think we're okay. Otherwise,
potential little 1 minute head and shoulders pattern forming on the Qs, guys. Got to watch that closely. Meta looks like it wants to come lower. So Meta does appear to be weakening here. Does appear it wants to come lower.
I was thinking like a little bit lower, and then we reverse it to the upside. Yeah, I have that exact same view. Yeah.
Microsoft still holding firm. Amazon getting a bid. Bitcoin still coming in hot, guys. MSTR seeing some more sell side pressure, guys. So we're in the driver's seat on that trade again. We are in the driver's seat. Coinbase buy or sell at the moment. Calls or puts. Are you talking about for a day trade, Ram? I would not be buying Coinbase here. For a day trade, I'm more inclined to still short it. Crypto is very weak. Bitcoin's only down about 1.89%. The total crypto market cap is actually down about also 1.9%. So definitely a huge correlation, but really you're still so extended on the crypto chart. I could easily see the Bitcoin chart today retesting. Let me just see my target. I could see Bitcoin retesting 70,538. That is your 7-day moving average. That's your daily chart support level. 70,500. It's a moving target, but that's where I could see Bitcoin retesting today. So if that's the case, obviously that would push crypto stocks down. So I'd be more inclined to still short. But again, you've had a decent size move down, and indices are trying to almost bounce here at the moment. So just recognize that, the bigger move, obviously, we caught yesterday on coin. And then today's obviously had a decent sized move. So you're getting to some short-term oversold levels, but it's really going to matter if Bitcoin loses this pivot low that it just made. If Bitcoin loses the pivot lows and flushes lower, obviously it goes lower. But, right now we're shorting MSTR because it is a little bit more extended. Doesn't mean coin can't come lower. Coin's still also parabolic, but just be careful. Tried a DKNG short around earnings release, but wasn't moving. Maybe now. I haven't checked chart. Can you look at PHM? Is that Pulte Home Group? I'll take a look at PHM. pretty sure PHM is Pulte Home Group. Is that what it is? Yep, so Pulte Home Group. So basically we rode, I told members to short MSTR. We rode it around 1790, sorry, at the pre-market. Rode it down all the way to these 1600 level. And now we're back in it again on a second short. My average is sitting at 1706.70. Sorry, not 7. Let me just... My average is sitting here at 1707 on a day trade short. All right, so Pulte Home Group's under pressure today, and this kind of aligns with real estate getting hit. Real estate's actually down the most, the sector. Home builders have been tough, but now that you have inflation potentially uptrending, it's putting more pressure on yields, right? Interest rates moving higher. So these home builders could be under pressure over the next 1 to 2 months, especially when I'm forecasting higher rates because of higher inflation. So home builders are probably a short in this range, but just recognize that they are a tough trade. But definitely getting hit today, real estate down because rates are sky flying today. So definitely, I think that home builders could be a swing short at this range. I don't hold a position, but definitely a nice shortable trade. If inflation is expected to continue higher, which basically PPI confirmed it, and the oil price action today also confirmed it, if we run into a scenario where you have oil holding at these levels, and then natural gas also moves up, you've had a breakout on copper, you've had a breakout in uranium's up, you've had a breakout in gold and silver. So you're having, between oil and copper, the most used commodity and the second most used commodity in the world, copper, that's inflationary. Copper breaking out is inflationary. It's the most used base metal. Oil breaking out is inflationary. It's hard to make a case where you don't see inflation still trending higher when you have those key commodities breaking out. All right, guys, MSTR is still coming in hot here, guys. MSTR is still coming in hot. Bitcoin's making new lows. So there you go, Ram. Bitcoin is flushing now. Look for that daily chart 7MA, which is sitting currently at 70,467. So look for that daily chart 7MA. We could even flush down today based off of what I'm seeing. This reversal in the dollar, the strength in the VIX, we could even flush down to about 67K today. That's my low end target on Bitcoin for the day. All right, MSOS. Chris called out MSOS. It is absolutely ripping here up to 777. MSOS is ripping to the high side here, so look for some marijuana sympathy plays. They are trying to trend higher. But a nice move. You are at some daily EMA resistance, but it is trying to push higher here. Dollar just made a new high of day. Look at this MSOS chart, guys. It is worth taking along. The market's weak. It could actually even, you have an inverted head and shoulders on the MSOS chart forming. You have a big inverse head and shoulders. Your neckline is here. Just not going to draw it. Basically from this right shoulder pivot, you break this little neckline, and this thing's going to squeeze, guys. This thing is going to squeeze. Let's see the upside target of roughly about an 8% move to the high side. It's worth taking a stab, guys. I'm just worried that the market's weak. I am forecasting the S&P and the Qs to go lower today. That's the only thing that makes me hesitant. And you have small caps also weak. So, but this is technically, it's looking like a long, but the market is weak, right? It has the fundamental backdrops to go lower. And, but it is looking like a nice breakout. You get a trigger of this little neckline, guys, and this thing could absolutely rip well above 8, into the almost the 830, 840 range. So keep that on watch. So to sum things up, we're riding a ARM short, we're riding an MSTR short, back in the money on MSTR, and we're riding a QQQ 437 put. 437 put. All right, Tom, thoughts on APM reaching intraday highs? I'll look at APM. APM, Is that one of the high flyers today? I actually haven't heard. Yeah, APM's trading 28.6 million shares. Definitely one of the high flyers. It actually looks like it's going to push up off this level. You know, just recognize again, I don't really know much about this company. I've actually never. Interesting. Interesting. You know, you had your high down here. Oof, this is a tough one, though. Guys, Tesla's looking interesting again. We've traded Tesla successfully. I'm interested in potentially going long Tesla again. Let's see. If we hit that double bottom 165, I may go long Tesla.
Ghost is so mega short that that gap fill goes all the way down to 101.10 and then faces at 112.50. It's $1,200 or 11.5.
All right, we're starting to see Microsoft weakening a little bit. Microsoft is weakening. That's going to apply pressure to the whole broad market. This APM chart, let's see. MSTR is still coming lower, guys. VIX is still spiking. Look at that MSOS, guys. Now it's 780. Nice trade there, Chris. Nice trade. Nice trade. Yeah, I don't really like this MSOS chart. It's a tough one. You know, you could squeeze, but then again, you could just fall sharply lower. Kind of a no touch for me. I'd be careful with it if you're trying to bottom pick this one and go long. I'd definitely be careful with it because you are starting to see some distribution here. So it's a no touch for me. Dollar at the highs, VIX at the highs, guys. VIX is screaming, dollar screaming. That VIX chart, I can see the VIX going all the way up to 731 on the UVXY today. So that one also might be a potential long. You can see a potential 1 minute head and shoulders forming on the Qs. We'll see if that comes into fruition. Meta to 503 today. I don't think so. I don't think so, Narish. I disagree with you on that one. All right, so indices are trying to push up and gain a little bit of strength. Crypto's still weak. Apple, Microsoft strong. Google strong. Still riding MSTR. ARM short, QQQ put. Costco to 755 within 2 weeks. Let's see Costco, how it's reacted. Obviously, we did have that big gap down on earnings and then a follow through day the very next day. So Costco, but this is a household name, loved by Wall Street. Definitely a solid company. 755 in 2 days. Oof. Gutsy calls there, Narish. Gutsy calls. Gutsy calls. I actually think, yeah, I mean, you're consolidating the high of this bar, but I actually think that Costco will likely retest the 713 area before it tries to push up. So I'm more inclined to see Costco falling back down to this 713 area, kind of around this gap fill, before it pushes up. But I mean, we both could be right. You're saying within 2 weeks, so I mean, Costco, it could flush down to there in, you know, over the next couple days, and then it could push up. So I mean, we both could be right, but I see a move down and then a move up. All right, guys, QQQ coming in a little bit hotter now. You are getting a little bit of a 1 minute head and shoulders potential trigger on the Qs. 1 minute potential trigger. Tesla just made a new low of day, guys. Tesla did make a new low of day. That 165 is an area of support. That is potentially a buyable level. Potentially a buyable level. I'm not filled on Tesla yet. because I'm waiting to see if the Qs break down or not. NVIDIA down 3, Qs are still negative. All right, Bart, you should be able to try to reactivate a new account. MSTR catching a bid. Qs are still stabilizing here. Amazon coming in just a bit.
Head and shoulders on the Qs here. We are still above the key level though. 2775, Frank. Yeah, we got a break there. It was either, I mean, if 439.14 is my level in QQQ, and we've been holding it so far since we've played.
Qs are pushing up, guys. Qs are pushing up. Already done and paid. Thanks, Bart. Wonderful. Just give me a second, Bart. We'll have the team send you your welcome email. All right, Bitcoin's starting to come in a little bit more, guys.
Yesterday's low. Apple 174 breaking out.
Q's big push. Apple new high of day breaking out, guys. Breaking out. Q's are still tagging resistance here. 1 minute chart resistance. Tesla low, low, low. Yep, I like it at 165. We get a move to 165, guys. We're going to try to bottom pick Tesla. 165. We will try to bottom pick Tesla. Just massive strength coming into the Qs. Everything else is relatively weak. Bitcoin trying to firm up, catch a small bid here. NVIDIA is still lagging. Google pushing, Meta pushing, Amazon pushing. Tesla low, low, low. Yeah, wait for that 165. I like it at 165. I do like it. Even here, I mean, Tesla could bounce for a swing tradable bounce. It could bounce here. But just day after day, Elon just keeps losing and losing and losing. Oh, quite fascinating to witness. Quite fascinating to witness. Oil's actually now starting to come in, guys. So oil's taking a bit of a breather at the moment. Oil is taking a bit of a breather. So now we run into the risk where XLE, if it goes negative today, then you're waiting for XLK. And if XLK goes negative, then that's a broad market sell-off. Qs are trying to firm up. Qs are actually green. SPY down, Russell down. Huge divergence between small caps and mega caps. Massive divergence. Like a really, really epic divergence. Russell's still selling off here. Qs are seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. Still fighting this little neckline resistance. Dollar's still at the highs, guys. VIX up 4%, UVXY up 3%, gold down 0.63, silver down half, 10-year yield up 2.1, guys. 2.1. Tesla, he said that Tesla stock trade high. We'll see. UVXY is up. Yep. What would be a price target for today? Honestly, it's the sell side pressure I'm seeing in the small caps. If the Qs break down today, the VIX could be all the way up to about 730, 733. Gap fill. Big gap fill on the VIX UVXY at 730. That's where I could see it pushing, but it's going to take the QQQs breaking down. So I think that even VIX UVXY at these levels is a nice day trade long potential. I do think that there's a scenario where you can go long the UVXY off this level. So we're still holding a QQQ put, 437 put. We're holding an arm short off this 133 down on the trade, and we're holding an MSTR short at 1707. Dollar still pushing at the highs, guys. That's naturally going to be a headwind again. All right, guys, Tesla's below 165. All of those trying to bottom pick it, I just went long Tesla, 164.80, 164.80. This is a high-risk trade, 164.80. Long Tesla. Again, 164.80. I am long Tesla. So Tesla, new low of day, 164.80. We are long. This is a 1/4 position, guys. 1/4 position. This is the third time we are now trading Tesla. We may be going back to the cookie jar too many times, but I'm still taking a stab at this long trade. VIX still pushing higher. MSTR coming down a little bit.
I do have a level around 164.
All right, guys, let's see if the market wants to rotate. So we're long Tesla, short MSTR, short ARM, and short the Qs with put options. Dixie new high, Dixie new high. Come on, Tesla, firm up for us. I'm actually surprised Amazon's holding up the way it is. Would have figured Amazon's seeing a little bit more pressure. So I'm actually surprised that Amazon's holding up that well. with the weakness in Tesla and XLY.
Did you hit those 120?
Then he grabbed a sandwich.
Jordan, look up in the nest above. Well, let's see. I hit long around 18, 20. 220? Mm-hmm. Nice. I saw your post a while ago. You guys are better than me. Okay. I'm looking at it. That was the long from the first.
Bitcoin's still trying to stabilize around the 71.7 level. So we're long Tesla, short ARM, short MSTR, and QQQ 437 put. Dixie at the highs, 10-year up 2.29. VIX is still creeping higher. MSOS saw a nasty rejection. So this is the dangers of trading high beta stocks in a weak market. You can get slapped down pretty quickly. Sum things up. Let's go through the mega caps, see and identify potential weakness. Russell negative, SPY negative, Q's negative. Russell down 1.6, SOX down 1.13, Apple up 1.7, NVIDIA down 2.7, Microsoft up 2.84, AMD down 0.8, SMCI down 3.4, Tesla down 2.5, AVGO slightly green up 0.5%, Bitcoin down 1, MicroStrategy down 4, Coin down 5.1, Nat Gas up 1.5%. China stocks under a little bit of pressure today with the strength in the dollar. Alibaba down 2.87. Google up 2.35. Amazon up 1.5. XOM up 1. Oil up 1.85. Netflix slightly green up 0.42%. Tesla getting a nice bid here. Tesla is getting a nice bid. Good move up on Tesla. Just waiting on MicroStrategy here. Bitcoin trying to firm up. $103.35. But the Dixie's flying here, guys. Absolutely flying. Just grinding higher and higher. And you're not really seeing the markets respond, at least in mega cap tech land. They're in a world of its own right now. Google double top. Yep, I think you're into a shortable range, but just remember the strength. Everything else is weak except for mega caps, right? A handful of mega caps are showing some signs of life. So, double top, is it going to hold? You do have the gap fill sitting above it, and you did clear the 50. So that's the dangers of shorting Google here, is you did clear the 50 daily resistance. That's your moving average. So Google could actually push all the way up to about 143.97. That's a big, big gap fill on the daily chart. Now, double top should hold, but you don't want to, if you start closing above that double top, that's where you stop out of the trade. So I have no problem shorting Google here, but just understand the risk. Your stop loss should be basically a 1 or 2 minute close above that pivot high. If you want to give it a little bit more room, you can use a 5-minute close above that double top, but just understand you need to cut that trade off if it starts going against you, because you could push all the way up to 143.97 gap fill, which would be roughly a whole dollar move higher.
Microsoft, new all-time high just being made. 30-minute flag. Googly doogly.
So again, with the weakness in the Russell, I do anticipate the Qs to come in at some point.
If anybody is still in an Apple position, Apple calls, just be mindful that 174 to 174.35 is really, really big resistance on Apple. So if you're already in calls and you're profitable, this is a great place to be taking profit. If you're not, please do not chase this pump on Apple. It is not good risk to reward buying up here at the top. This is really heavy resistance on the hourly time frame. What's up, Frankie? Hey, Sharky, how are you, bud? I didn't catch the long, but I caught it a little short. There we go.
All right, MSTR starting to come in, ARM starting to fall, Tesla still remaining long off this 164.80 level. Nice little potential bull flag, but again, markets are a little bit weak across the board. You are seeing the dollar taking a small breather at the moment, just a small breather. That Google double top is holding as of now. Meta's trying to curl up, Microsoft, Apple's still trying to curl, Nvidia's weak. So again, really haven't seen any sort of pullback in Microsoft. No pullback in Microsoft yet. Really no pullback in Apple. That's been a powerhouse. We're seeing MSTR come in a little bit more now, so that's good. I still think ARM is probably going to come down in the next 2 weeks. Dixie's just ripping. Oh my God, Dixie's ripping. So I still think ARM is probably going to come down to try to test this gap window around 93 bucks. You are potentially putting in what appears to be a little bit of a distribution pattern here. The big level on ARM I'm watching is once we break this little neckline, what happens then? So, I mean, you break that little neckline, it does suggest at least about a 20% down move in ARM from the neckline. And again, I still think that that's where you may see a little bit of a market moving distribution. Dixie's just flying, guys. Take a look at this DXY chart. It almost makes me want to just cut this Tesla because it's so strong. Kara in an hourly 30-minute and 50-minute oversold. This may be a good 10% bounce. Taking a stab here at 0.735. Let's take a look at Kara. Pharmaceutical play. Dixie's just ripping. Daily chart of Kara. So you got filled at 735 there. Let's see this Kara chart. So you've lost the gap and this consolidation range. This is a risky chart. ARM is now starting to work for us, guys. So ARM is now starting to come in. Tesla's coming lower, guys. Down on light volume. Yeah, that's true. It is lighter volume. Just want to see this chart. I haven't traded this name much, so I'm not really... And with all these therapeutic companies and pharmaceuticals, they always have overshoots. So, you can be a really good technical chartist, but they could overshoot. I mean, you're into that 618. So, yeah, it's a decent support level. There is that 618 there. That's not bad, actually. Yeah, I can see why you're taking a stab here. You probably get a retrace back to this 79-cent zone. But really, that's going to be, if you can get back above there, then it remains bullish. But as long as you stay below this 79 cents, 79.70, then price action's technically bearish. But even if you retested that, that's about just under 6% gain. So definitely a potential. Definitely a potential. All right, let's look at the Qs, since the Qs are actually selling off here pretty sharply. Now you have Microsoft, Apple curling down, Tesla's still weak. Still holding along on Tesla. We are down about 15 cents now. Next ad level on Tesla is going to be 80 cents lower, 164 whole number. 164 whole number. That would be the second entry on Tesla. 164 whole number. And then basically 163.20. But definitely seeing more market weakness creeping into the picture as the Dixie's still surging, yields are still surging, oil's still up on the session. Potential 1 minute head and shoulders is triggering as we speak on the Qs. You can see this left shoulder, head, right shoulder. We're testing the neckline right now. You break that, you're probably heading to that 437 target that we have. So again, we're writing 437 puts. We're in the money on our ARM short now. I still see ARM going negative today. It's up 1.17%. We're in the money on our MSTR, but I still think MSTR could flush all the way back down. Let's look at that daily gap fill. Daily gap fill in ARM is sitting right around here. 1593 and change. 1593 and change. Q's still falling down. Still falling down. Tesla's making new lows. Google curling down. So if you took that double top short on Google, you're now in the driver's seat. Just protect that trade. Protect the trade.
And Tesla, new low day.
We break 75. Yeah, I have my starter short I put on it. Yeah. It's amazing how we know what we're doing. That means we're thinking the same way. It's amazing. My computer all screwed up this morning. The time was off. I was getting all good. Yeah, you're in there. Yeah. A couple hours.
Nice move down on FSR, guys. Nice move down on FSR. Nice move down on the Qs. Nice move down in ARM. We are absolutely printing today. Crypto, can we expect crypto to go further down? Yes, I do expect crypto to go further down. Let's look at Bitcoin. Again, I've been calling for roughly a 20 to 30% correction in Bitcoin. And I do think we're starting that potential process here. Now look at Bitcoin daily chart making a new high today. And basically now coming in. Now coming in.
You can blame Cam.
So again, simply put, I expect Bitcoin to retest the 7-day MA today, which if I throw that on, I actually don't have it here. It's sitting roughly at, currently sitting at 70,492. But basically, Bitcoin's one of the more extended charts in the stock market, kind of trading like SMCI, NVDA was before it had that big pullback. Now we are seeing things bleed lower. But I could see Bitcoin retesting at least the 63K over the next 1 to 2 weeks, and then I still have 50,000 in cards. 50,000. there's going to be support levels along the way, but I do think that Bitcoin is going to retest 50K, and then once it has roughly a 20 to 30% correction, I think Bitcoin's going to really, really push. You know, we're talking about upside targets potentially between 80 to 90K. So, you know, definitely keep your eye on crypto, because I think it's severely extended. I mean, just look at this total crypto market cap here. Let me pull up the total crypto market. We're talking about, you know, it's over 2 trillion deep now. That's a very, very liquid asset class. Very liquid. Tesla, all right, guys, I just added to my Tesla at 163.96. 163.96. That's the second entry on Tesla. It is bleeding lower. 163.96. 163.96. My average now is sitting at 164.39. 164.39. So we have a half position long on Tesla, still riding a QQQ put. It's actually just focused on the Qs before I touch base on crypto. Still riding this MSTR short. Gap fill, guys. Gap fill is where I'm looking to take some profits on MSTR. We're in the money on ARM. We're riding these QQQ puts. Can we trigger the head and shoulders on the Q hourly chart today? You can see we had a severe bounce right off that neckline today. Right off that neckline. But can we break it? Things are stacked against the market as of now. Tesla's bleeding still. Next ad level on Tesla's around 163.20, about 80 cents lower. Again, we're insulated because we have QQQ puts. We're insulated because we have ARM short. We're insulated because we have a MSTR short. So things are looking very nice for us, guys. Very, very nice. MSTR is another home run trade, just like we hit on coin the other day for about 5,000. Basically, today I've made almost 3,900. If I were to take profits on MSTR, I'm up 3,900 just on this day trade. Again, members had this plan in the pre-market to basically short. You know, I'll discuss the member trade, the day trade plan today that I put in the chat. Has worked out pretty terrifically. So the day trade plan was to short the IWM, short Jets, short MSTR, short SMCI, and long Tesla. Had you done all four of those shorts at the open, you'd be up. Had you done a Tesla long at the open, you'd be up. Tesla's obviously weak right now, but coming in pretty sharply. QQQ coming in. Bitcoin's still coming in. 71K right now incoming on Bitcoin. You will have daily chart support at 70,428. That's the 7-day moving average. Didn't take it. It's been strong. Better to go something. Yep, nice. VIX looking like it wants to blast up. Yep, I do see VIX. I still have an upside target on the UVXY of 730 today. 730. That kind of aligns with, if the Qs push to our 437 put zone, then we should see that in the money. So nice session today for us, guys. Beautiful, beautiful session. It's been a stellar day so far, and I'm expecting some more.
Yeah, we're losing some key levels here. Trying to hold. Yeah, there's a fight here. 439 QQQ. Below that, it's probably a dollar drop through here. At least 80 cents.
ARM coming in hot. Tesla's still lagging, guys. Tesla is lagging quite substantially here. Quite substantially. Again, I'm looking for cover on MSTR at that 1593, 1594 range. NVDA now down 3.45%, guys.
It's crazy how quick all the weather changed here. I mean, we were getting pretty chilly in the nights and the mornings, and it's just completely switched. Oh gosh, spring is here and it came fast.
I don't think we're keeping short Tesla if we scaling some profits here.
I don't think we'll see anything. Only next season though. Really fighting. Nice deep breaths. Almost 4.5.
If the Qs hit that 437, that would roughly be a 263.18. 163.18 I got filled. My average is now sitting at 163.87. This is starting to get a little bit long in the tooth to the downside, guys. A little bit long in the tooth to the downside.
It just had a big fall, and then we'll see another. May make another, lower high.
All right, guys, I just covered MSTR at 1640.
Tesla puts up 400%. Jesus, Tesla.
How about 2 million for deeps?
Wow, Qs are still coming in hot, guys. Qs are still coming in hot. We have one more final entry on Tesla, which is going to be at this 162.52 zone. 162.52. A little bit of a bounce coming in. We covered MSTR for another gain, guys. So far today on the session, MSTR has paid us $3,815. Beautiful, beautiful trade on MSTR. We went back to the cookie jar twice.
15 soft full.
Qs are still coming in, guys. Russell's at the lows.
Still a long time left on the hourly, but
Wow, what crazy price action in Tesla. Still holding my ARM short, guys. Still holding ARM. Took profits on MSTR day trade. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. ARM target price for today, Bart. Again, for the day trade, I think ARM is actually probably going to retest. Just give me 1 second here. I think back down to this green bar low, this impulse green bar. If you lose that, then you could flush all the way down to 122.50. But that's a long shot. That's a long shot at the moment. All right, Tesla's firming up here, guys.
this is a battle here at 74, 70, 75. Oh my God. Yeah, this is a big break point here. So, Alberia, Charlotte. Keep seeing the wicks. We did get 2 rejections off that 15-minute 9.
Huge big bid coming into the indices. Really massive bid, guys. We are long and strong on Tesla. Dollar's taking a small breather, so we could see the indices bounce a little bit here. We could see indices bounce a bit, so just be careful with shorts and puts right now. Just be careful with shorts and puts. We could see a small bounce coming up into the indices. Let's look at the Dixie. The Dixie's taking a small little breather. Actually, we'll also look at Bitcoin. Boyle looks constructive to move higher again, guys. BOIL looks like it wants to push higher again. Microsoft still absolutely ripping. Tesla, nice little 5-minute reversal candle. That one I think retests this pivot here at 164.50.
As I say, you're going long right now? Yep. Okay. I'll cut them if they break 65. We'll get started up to short. I could do that too. We can do that when they pop up.
Go, Frank.
Google's going to make this next leg up and go hit one.
Guys, yeah, Google does appear like it wants to push higher. Tesla getting sold back into again. Again, next ad level on Tesla's is 162.60 zone. Arm still curling down.
Quick scout. Sorry. No, I
actually like this short better than the long drinker.
Yeah, unless yes, I mean. Paper short. The risk above 15.
Very nice call on MSR. Research. Yep. Thanks, Chris. Up 3% on carry bounce, but significant spread between bid and ask. Thanks for the update there, Chris. Appreciate that. All right, so Google hitting that kind of a triple top now. NVIDIA kind of hitting a double bottom. Tesla's trying to firm up off of a nice little 2-minute bottoming tail. Did put in a 5-minute bottoming tail as well. So potentially the low of day on Tesla has been hit. But again, anything can go lower because stocks are weak today. Dixie's still strong. Yields are still pressing. They've been pressing all day. Mara down 10%. Even some energy stocks are starting to see some weakness. A lot of red on the screen. Boeing has gone basically flat, almost negative. Let's see this TPST trade, guys. That one's actually tends to move when the market is under pressure. High flying pharmaceutical play. People probably remembered it was up, I think it was 1,000% the one day. But this one typically likes to rally in times of market duress and stress. And we are seeing a little bit of an inverted head and shoulders here on TPST. So this one looks actually interesting on a long standpoint, even a potential swing tradable bounce here. Very interesting, TPST. Very, very interesting. It has broken out of this little bit of a downtrend. And we are looking to try to press higher on TPST. So that's definitely an interesting stock. Again, it's a high-flying, high-risky name. You're seeing an increase in volume. It's strong in a weak market. So I do think TPSD could be played on the long side here. I'm just trying to isolate down. I'm going to watch TPST on my other screen here because I do potentially like it. And we will put, let's put Microsoft on watch here because Microsoft's been strong. So if Microsoft starts to roll over, that's when you could see, even in this range, Microsoft's a short on a day trade. You know, I feel like putting a huge chunk of my portfolio on a short trade on Microsoft in this range because it's absolutely insane the type of move it's had. All right, Tesla trying to firm up here, guys. It's good to see Tesla trying to firm up.
The worst part is I'm driving a BMW, so it just hits the stereotype.
Oil's weakened substantially. So oil has weakened. Microsoft's starting to come in a little bit. Let's look at the QQQ chart. Qs are still trending a little bit lower here, but trying to put in maybe a little bit of an inverted head and shoulders on the Qs. You can see that there's some mixed price action going on. Your head, potential right shoulder. Again, dollar's still strong, yields are still strong, so this could definitely be a failed pattern. But we'll watch it. We'll watch it closely and give it the benefit of the doubt. You do have Microsoft strong today. Bitcoin coming in hotter now, guys. Bitcoin is coming in hotter. So that MSTR is looking like it wants that gap fill. MSTR is looking like it wants that gap fill. Tesla trying to push higher here. Microsoft pushing up. Bitcoin's almost at that 7-day moving average, guys. It's sitting at 70,388. Bitcoin is almost at that 7-day moving average. It is selling pretty hard. So crypto stocks may catch a bid momentarily. So just monitor your puts, monitor your shorts if you're in those trades, because Bitcoin is approaching some daily chart resistance. Now it could absolutely pierce through that. You'll have bigger support at 60. Let me just take a peek here. So if you blast through the 7-day, then your next support is at that 69K level. And if you lose that, then 67K. So it's about $2,000 increments Bitcoin could move down. Tesla, we're still just waiting on Tesla to firm up here. Again, it's been a pretty successful day trading session today. Very, very successful. Extremely successful. Still riding QQQ 437 puts. Dollar just made a new high, guys. Dollar did just make a new high. Now you have Microsoft starting to come in as well. Do you see shorting MSTR again? Yeah, I still think it's in a shortable range. Maybe not for a day trade. I think the alpha has been squeezed out of a day trade. I think you're coming up into some daily chart support on crypto, so it's more inclined to get a bounce here. But in terms of a swing trade, I do think that there's more downside. Tesla, nice bounce on Tesla, guys. Nice bounce on Tesla. We are still long. It's coming up into our zone now. I still see Tesla retesting this 165 zone, guys. 165 zone. Dixie's still pressing. Amazon's curling down at the moment. Again, crypto stocks could bounce here, guys. We are seeing MSTR into some support here. So the likes of Coin, MSTR, Mara could bounce a little bit. That's kind of what we're seeing a little bit. Qs are still downtrending, still in the driver's seat of ARM. Boyle's looking for a new high of day. Nat Gas looking for a new high of day. Gold is bouncing. Is gold bouncing? Dollar's still strong. It's at the highs. So, gold trying to potentially get a bounce, down 1%. Silver down 1%. Microsoft's now coming in hotter, so that's going to put additional pressure on the Qs, guys. Microsoft coming in is going to drag the Qs down. Russell's still at the dead lows. QQQ still trading below the 7-day moving average. Could retest the 20-day. A little bit lower. Dollar still at the highs, but seeing a little bit of sell side pressure at the moment. Just a tiny bit of sell side pressure. Tesla right back down. But you have some sell side pressure coming into Microsoft now at the moment, guys. Sell side pressure is coming into Microsoft. Let's just flip the QQQ here on the bigger chart. Flip it to the 10-minute, and then we'll look at Tesla here. So again, notice that the Qs have rejected off that initial head and shoulders that triggered. That was negated off the CPI reaction, but we're currently trading under it, and we're on watch for a second head and shoulders trigger. Microsoft coming in a little bit harder now, so more sell side pressure creeping into Microsoft. Qs are trying to catch a small bid here, just a tiny, tiny bid. Still holding a long on Tesla. QQQ puts and an arm short. We've taken monster profits already on Tesla. We've taken beautiful profits on MSTR. We took beautiful profits on SMCI. It's been a fantastic. We took monster profits on Boyle. That's actually at a high of day. So Nat Gas is firming up quite nicely, guys. Nat Gas is firming up quite nicely. Again, I'm going to take this time to just say, if you haven't checked out my Trading Capital Discord, please do so at tradingcapital.ca. And at the very least, please just give the stream a like. We're on here every day. We have absolutely printed profits over the last few trading sessions. So this is all free, right? Free education. I hope at the end of the day, people have made money at the very least. If you haven't made any money, I hope you've learned something to put in actionable trades for future price action. So just trying to share knowledge here. And there's a big difference between just trading along on the side and watching versus actually implementing and putting your money to work. But we're in a very tricky landscape right now. So it's best bet is to go lighter on share size if you're trading in this market on the long side. Care up 8% in 30 minutes. Beautiful job, Chris. Chris is a monster. He's been on fire too. So guys, Chris, definitely when he puts something in the comments, take a read, because he's called out some pretty impressive plays, good observations. All right, guys, all of these trades are burning a hole in my stomach. I'm going to have to get some food momentarily here. Just got to plug in some of my devices, keep the juice charged. Devices need to be charged, and so do we. Again, still writing QQQ 437 puts, where we basically took them right here. Still writing an arm short off this 133.23 level. Writing a Tesla long at this 163. We will add to Tesla again at 162, even this little bottoming tail, but I like 162.80. If Tesla pushes back down to 162.80, that will be our final entry on the long side. That will be our final entry on the long side. Look at Nat Gas. Go, guys. Holy shit. Anyone still holding Boyle? You're laughing to the bank right now because Nat Gas is absolutely pumping to the high side. Again, we traded that off of that initial inventory spike, and that was a stellar move. But Nat Gas is just flying here, guys, and that's going to be another pressure for the market. We've had gasoline super cheap, right? Still super cheap, but Nat Gas breaking out here intraday. So this little positive price action in Nat Gas, it's a nice bullish engulfing on the daily. It could mark that we may retest 186. But this could be a low in Nat Gas. I still think we could come down to this thing, but this type of bullish reversal, if it holds the daily candle and engulfs this previous sell side candle, that's a nice sign for the bulls. And we'll watch that for some longs. Still don't even mind accumulating under 186, so I still don't mind that. All right, Tesla coming in, guys. Tesla's coming to the next target, the next viable support. If you want to chase it and front run and buy this double bottom, you absolutely can. I'm more than okay with that. But we do have more stocks creeping in on the weakness. Amazon's curling down pretty hard here. QQQ still just stuck in a range. Let's flip back to the QQQ chart. So nice little bounce in some of the crypto stocks. They're still weak though on the session, very weak.
some CBOE Fed watch too. But, all TBD, OPEX, not OPEX, but OPEX tomorrow. Leave. Leave price again. Oh, that's not bad. So we went from a 60+% probability of a June rate hike. Now we're at a 56% probability. So while it's still a 50% probability,
Qs are catching a bid. Still relatively strong. VIX is still up about 4%. 10-year yield up 2.39.
but not probably gets priced out later.
Thank you, Michael. Appreciate that.
Yeah, and then
How long are you doing live trading? Like today, I'll probably be on for the full day. Take a couple of intraday breaks. I know lunchtime's approaching here and I'm getting hungry, but we're just in a couple trades here on Tesla long. So I just want to see if we get a full position filled because I am still interested. I still think Tesla can bounce here. Definitely oversold, but get ready to add to Tesla here, guys. Qs are coming in a little bit more now. All right, guys, double bottom. I just added at 162, 162.90, 162.90. It's being a little bit more aggressive. We could make a new low on Tesla, but I got filled at 162.90. That's a full position now on Tesla. Basically our average now. At this 163.46 average. 163.46 average. That is a full position on Tesla, still holding this arm short. Microsoft appears to be curling down again. Looks like it wants to come a little bit lower. Sell side pressure is coming into Microsoft at the moment. So that's where you could see other individual names firm up if Microsoft starts to sell. Come on, Tesla. Get a big bounce. Get a big bounce. Still holding arm. Big bounce coming into Tesla, guys. Again, double bottom. This proved to be a nice little entry. NVIDIA's got a nice little bearish chart pattern setting up. NVIDIA could actually come all the way down today to about 850, 858, 857, in around that range. NVIDIA could come down to 858, 857. So don't be surprised. Oil new highs, nat gas new highs. It's pumping, guys. It is absolutely pumping up to the high side. I'm still riding 437 puts on the Qs, arm short, and Tesla long. And then that high risk speculative trade, I'm swinging Fisker overnight. That position is sized for a loss, expecting a loss on that trade. Just a pure lotto gamble, holding common shares long on FSR, just out of pure speculative mania. Call me crazy, but we've seen crazy shit happen in the markets. And remember Carvana, when it was a penny stock, people thought it's going to get delisted going under. Again, Fisker's also, it's totally bearish. You're seeing a lot of bearish signals in that name. Even the CEO did put his mansion up for rent. So things are definitely bad on that front. But Dixie's still consolidating at the highs. 10-year yield up 2.39%. Russell 2000 down 1.66%. 1.66% down on the Russell. Russell's under the 20-day moving average. Failed breakout on the Russell has been observed. There's a gap fill on the Russell sitting all the way down at 201.11. 201.11. That is a potential day trade long on the Russell. 201.11, 201.15. That could easily happen today. Nice job, Michael. Nice job. 175 nat gas, call up 34%. That is a beautiful trade. Nice home run there, Michael. Nice home run. And that's the thing. We've just been patient with nat gas too. We've just been patient, just slowly accumulating. Just been slowly watching it go lower and lower and lower. Yeah, you were to catch a day trade today, and you're getting a nice pop. Don't hold any sort of position at the moment on nat gas on the swing side, but I'm definitely looking interested. I'm interested in potentially reloading the boat on nat gas, but I'm just waiting for more pieces of the puzzle before I decide to go long.
Just keep smacking out this 21, buying it off the level of the bottom keys.
Tesla going for new lows, guys. This thing is just keeps bleeding. It just keeps bleeding. It's actually amazing me.
Dude, I can't. I grabbed
Wow.
Microsoft 420 puts.
What chaos in Tesla.
I don't think so.
You're testing that bottoming tail again. You are testing that bottoming tail. Microsoft coming in a little bit more now. The VIX is trying to curl up. Tesla coming in. NVDA stabilizing here in this region.
Apple breaking down. NVIDIA's about to make new lows.
Geez, Tesla's still coming in lower.
Same for Tesla. Tesla, yeah.
New lows on Tesla, guys. New lows. Huge divergence. Huge positive divergence on Tesla's intraday 10-minute RSI. Wow. Look at the sell side pressure in Tesla, guys. That's actually pretty amazing to witness. Pretty amazing to witness. Tesla's just bleeding.
Tesla 1 DTE contracts are in setting new low date. Tesla. Well, NVIDIA breaking it. Where are those Tesla puts at now? Let's see.
You have Google showing some signs of distribution at this range. Trying to maintain a little bit of buyer's bid. NVIDIA down 3.4, AMD down 1.2, SMCI down 4.4, Tesla down 3.8, Bitcoin down 2.89, Nat Gas up 2.8%, Meta holding onto some positive gains up 0.36%, Amazon, Google strong on the session. Oil still up 1.8%, so holding near the highs. Holding near the highs.
Apple is testing the 4.5.
Qs are actually getting a nice move up. QQQ is getting a decent move up here.
Okay, now SPY, in my opinion, is going to rip.
Guys, I'm going in a little bit heavier here. I just added again to Tesla at 162.84. 162.84. I added another lot. 162.84. Call me crazy. I think the markets are going to get a bounce here. I am seeing the dollar softening, VIX softening. 162.84. I did add another entry. It brings my average down to 163.29 now. 163.29 on Tesla. Again, I might be a fool by doing this, but we will see. It's an interesting setup here. An interesting setup.
It's lunchtime now.
Nice little bounce coming potentially into Tesla.
So, Sharky and Ecuador, you still watching? Yeah, it's getting a little dicey. I'm thinking about getting home, actually. I'm thinking flipping.
All right, nice move up in Tesla there, guys. Dollar's taking a small breather. So I have a 5/4 position. Gold bounce over reshort. Yeah, gold's up now 0.8%. Huge bounce there on Tesla. So nice little potential upside coming into play. I still think Tesla can retest. Just give me a second here. Nice move coming into the whole market. Tesla's starting to rip. I see Tesla retesting today 164.25 at the minimum. If the Qs get a nice big bid, then 165.24.
Yeah, I had an order in. I didn't realize it. That's about the other. That's gonna get wicked. So usually when this happens, have you guys seen time? It's gonna take till 1 p.m. to fire. Have you guys seen NVDA today? Duh. Nice. Paper's short, by the way. Does it snow? Yeah. Just nice. I'm still short. And I still am in this too. I probably should have sold based on what I was.
Come on, Tesla. Let's see if we can firm up and catch a bid. Qs are weak, though, coming in. Microsoft seeing sell-side pressure. So is NVIDIA. NVIDIA is breaking low of day and coming in. 857.66 is next target on NVIDIA. 857.66. Are we going to see Qs just rotate out of liquidity? Or are we going to see any of this liquidity coming out of NVIDIA rotating to the likes of Tesla or even Amazon, Google? Google's still really, really strong, trying to break out here of the triple top zone.
Yeah. All right. The accidental order worked out. Well, I put it there as a starter on account. I still may take this as an L, but if it doesn't, get a little consideration. She's a short. She's got to get through that 75. I think it's going to take until after lunch.
Microsoft coming in, so the Qs are under a little bit of heavier pressure here.
1 to 130.
Yeah, I did see that Lithium Americas Corp make a monster move. It absolutely made a ridiculous move. I haven't looked at the chart today, but let's take a peek. LAC. Obviously, there was probably news around that, so if anyone has the news, let me know. Wow, reversal though. What a reversal. I mean, it's still currently up about 12.65%, but look at that move. Holy. I didn't realize it ramped up that much. 32% reverse high. You know, if markets can firm up, this may try to push and retest, the highs, but it's a long shot. We'll see. Indices are still coming in at the moment, guys. Indices are still coming in.
Have a support level at 513.17 and a resistance level at 515.40. Still one of those two break. Some kind of confirmation candle close.
QQQ breaking down here. We're still riding 437 puts. 437 puts again. Those go in the money. We're up 297%. Tesla's destroying us at the moment. Well, not destroying us, but definitely kicking our butt. Weak market, weak stock. Microsoft coming in. You have NVIDIA curling down. Everything curling down here across the board, guys. Everything is curling down across the board. Tesla's extremely oversold intraday, even on the daily getting oversold, putting in positive divergence. But this is just an example where, you know what, even if something's oversold, it doesn't mean it can't come lower. Still riding an arm short. Even Fisker had a big dump. Just a really ruthless stock. Fisker does appear looking like it wants to go down lower. Tesla's coming lower. Wow. Look at the Qs selling, guys. Look at the Qs selling hard here, guys. Selling very, very hard. Still riding ARM. NVIDIA dumping, Amazon dumping, Meta dumping, guys. Everything is coming down across the board. We will get a big bounce. Sorry, Bart, I totally forgot about your question. I'm live trading pretty much every day. Around 9:15, I hop on the mic, take you to around 4 o'clock, the end of the day. Sometimes I'll stay on after hours if there's any interesting earnings. But I've been doing these live streams for about, I would say, 2.5 years now. I've been live streaming. Almost 3 years. Maybe it is 3 years. I have to double check. All right, guys, we're getting eaten up on this Tesla, but we are insulated through our QQQ puts. We are being insulated through our QQQ puts, but wow, they're just beating up Tesla here, guys. They are just absolutely taking it to the woodshed. Busting out the silver bullet, putting the gun to Tesla's head, and taking it down. I mean, look at this positive divergence intraday on the 2-minute chart, getting extremely oversold. Even on the 10-minute Tesla chart here, you're getting very, very, very oversold. 10-minute chart, look at this oversold condition, positive divergence. You keep making new lows on Tesla. Wow. Q's just dumping. Qs are absolutely dumping. You now have the Q and SPY down 0.38% respectively. Russell down 1.79% respectively. Damn, guys. I am now down $500 on Tesla. Down $500 on Tesla. On this trade, we closed the two winners earlier made me about $375. So on the day, I'm down about $150 on Tesla. Oh, but not a good sign to see this trade. Still up on ARM. Still up on MSTR. Huge win there. Still made money on SMCI. But Tesla's trying to ruin the party here. Come on. All right, guys, so just to put our pulse on the market, you've had Microsoft, Apple pull in from the highs, but Microsoft and Apple are still up 1% and 2% respectively. Google's up 1.7%. Meta's just went negative. Bitcoin down. Amazon appears only up about 0.5%. NVIDIA down 4.44%. So ruthless price action in the semis. Our members were able to pull some profits out of the SOXS today, and we're still riding a very, very big size position in the semis on the short side, and we're up nicely, about 11.84% on the semiconductor short. Again, ARM, we're riding down. I think if this one loses its red bar, we're going to have a big flush. I do think that fundamentals in the market over recent sessions have changed, and market participants are now having to change with those fundamentals. Those fundamentals are 3 CPI prints in a row, confirming a potential reflationary trade on watch. Kind of not in everyone's playbook for 2024, kind of in our playbook. And again, that reflationary trade can get worse because oil breaking out today. Oil's actually setting, what is it? Is it new? Oil just made a new high since basically November of last year. So oil is trading into a breakout zone. $84 target extremely likely after today's breakout. $90 target also very likely after today's breakout. Qs are finding a little bit of support here. Can we bounce, or are they just going to sell it right back down? I do expect a little bit of a technical bounce to come into the picture. I do expect a technical bounce to come in. Names are still very, very weak. Amazon is at a little bit of support here as well, so that one could bounce. Tesla's still just being sold into at every single pop. It's pretty crazy to see. Pretty crazy to see. Bitcoin's still weak on the session. It's going lower. I'm still riding this Tesla long. I'm still optimistic we get some sort of a bounce at some point, but it's getting long in the tooth here. 18.93 RSI. The last RSI intraday where you got a really big bounce was when it hit that 18.63. So right in this area is when Tesla got its last bounce on the RSI. So extreme oversold conditions. Extreme oversold conditions. Obviously, the market's fundamentally weak today, which is not helping Tesla's case. So far today on Predictogram, I am the top predictor of the day. Check that out. Yesterday I closed second place and I had a really crappy day predicting, but pretty much everyone had a really crappy day yesterday. But today things are moving up a little bit nicer. Wow, look at that Tesla volume. This could be the low pivot. Let's see if we get some action. Come on, Tesla. Let's see. Give us a little bit of a bid. Give us a little bit of a buyer's bid here. Apple curling down. NVDA trying to stabilize. Bitcoin still falling. Energy still strong. Again, you now have all sectors red except for XLE. This is a big confirming downtrend. Whenever you see every sector red except for XLE, that's telling us that, you know what? The market is in trouble here. Market is repricing off of fundamental news. What's that fundamental news? Inflation. Believe it or not, one of the best inflationary hedges in the market isn't to short the market when inflation. I mean, it's a pretty good idea to short the market if we're reaccelerating inflation, but one of the best hedges if you're not shorting is going long energy. And look what's outperforming. Commodities have broken out across the oil market, uranium market, gold market, silver market, what else? Copper market yesterday. So you're seeing this reflationary trade coming into the picture. And when you have commodities breaking out, that DBC ETF breaking out, that's only going to amplify the inflationary pressures. This is this negative feedback loop, right? Inflation feeds off of inflation. Look at our last three prints. They've been higher. And then you still have commodities breaking out today and yesterday. So that hasn't even been reflected in the CPI. And then we had a weak labor market number. Things can definitely be in trouble here for equities. You're seeing the high beta stocks being hit pretty hard. Bitcoin making new lows on the session, coming back down to test 69K. So Bitcoin's trending lower here, guys. BTC is trending lower. We're still riding 437 puts on the Qs, up nicely, getting our ass handed to us on this Tesla trade at the moment. Our average is sitting at 163.29. 163.29 average. Still have a retrace target on Tesla back to about 164.80. But it's going to have to take a little bit of a market bounce. Still in the driver's seat on this ARM trade. We're up nicely. All right, Tesla tried bouncing pretty strongly there, and it just got sold into again. Russell's trying to push lower. VIX is still pushing higher here, guys. Guys, I'm getting really hungry here. I don't know about anybody else, but I am going to step away momentarily. I'm just trying to get out of this Tesla trade since it's a fairly large position. Currently speaking, I'm down about 400. It's firming up now. Firming up. I have 450 shares long Tesla. Average 163.29. So it's about $73,000 position. On the day trade side, no worries, Bart. No worries. No need to apologize about your English. All right, Qs appear to be trying to put in a little bit of a short-term low here. I could see us retesting 439, and that's going to be a big resistance. So I could see it retesting 439. ARM still writing that one down. MSTR did make a new low of day. Oh, is that what happened? LAC got a $2 billion loan, government loan, 24 years, 5%. Thank you, Chris, for the news. Appreciate that very much. Very much. So Lithium American Corp got a big bid today. It's probably lifted the whole sector. Let me just see if it's isolated to that. Actually, yeah, it's just isolated to that specific ticker. You do have ALB, Albemarle Marley, down 2.8. SQM down 2.5. Even the LIT and BAT ETF are down 2% and 1.2% respectively. So it's just isolated to that company alone. Looking at banking stocks, the KRE is down 2.38%, so getting hit pretty hard. Just want to take a look at some of those other banking crisis stocks that could be on watch. Tesla's trying to firm up here, guys. Tesla is trying to firm up here. So hopefully we can get down. I'm only down about $300 now on Tesla. It is firming up. All right. Yeah, you're seeing a lot of weakness in these regionals. Nothing stand out. NYCB still above 365. 365. Let's see. That Swin stock is down 43%. I remember it was a high mover yesterday. Sorry, just 1 second, guys. My dog is going a little crazy. Come on. Nice bounce in Tesla. We're still long, still short ARM. ARM's just been bleeding, guys. ARM's actually now negative by 0.5%. So perfect. That's perfect. Nice move down in ARM, guys. Tesla's trying to firm up, guys. I'm only down about 280 now, 280. Nasty reversal on ARM, though. Nasty reversal on ARM. VIX at the highs of the session. VIX is at the highs, guys. Can we see Apple go negative? The sell side pressure in Apple is kind of unbelievable right now. You've had consecutive 5-minute down candles, down candle after down candle after down candle. So Apple could be under some pressure here. Could be under some pressure. NVDA trying to firm up just a tad.
Some of these names are just popping up in back testing where they lost support.
Qs are forming a little bit of an intraday bear flag right now. Oh, Tesla. Come on, Tesla. What are you doing to us? Oil trying to push higher. Not a good sign for the market. What's interesting is oil had a really big dump from that 80, almost $81 level, 88.80. It dumped all the way back down to the low 80s, and then it got bid right back up. So it just shows you the strength, right? The strength in oil is very apparent. SMCI down now 5.6%. That would have been a banger to hold overnight. Jets ETF is down 1%. Boeing slightly green. Copper stays slightly down on the session. A lot of weakness across the board, guys. A lot of weakness across the board. You have ARM hitting the hourly moving average here. Guys, I just covered my ARM day trade short there, right off that EMA 113. I covered the ARM day trade short. ARM day trade short. Got a cover at 130.66. 130.66. That's a beautiful gain. That is another winning trade. Slap it up on the board. That's another winner. Still think it goes lower over the coming weeks, but I just wanted to pull some profits because the Qs are getting a bounce here. So cover that ARM trade, the day trade, just the day trade, just the day trade. FSR is continuing to bleed lower. VIX is taking a short-term breather. Nat gas is still pumping. The nat gas is still pumping. Tesla, still waiting on Tesla. Hopefully we can get that trade to move up for us. Small caps continuing to be sold into. Come on, Tesla. Can you take us back to break even or green? That's the big question on Tesla. Can they take us back to break even? At this point, I wouldn't even mind if Tesla took us back to break even. All right, guys, so the volatility is finally starting to slow down, giving us a little bit of a breather here, respite to catch our breath. It's been a crazy, crazy session today. It's been absolutely wild of a session. You know, it's been, markets have been up, they've been down, they've been all the way around, and it's been a pretty interesting trading session. Very, very stellar day for us here. Very stellar day. Our members have been able to pull some profits from this market as well. So really, really good to see. I'm very pleased with how today has actually transpired. Very, very pleased. Still just waiting on Tesla to firm up. You did put in a 10-minute bottoming tail. Potential inverse head and shoulders forming on the Tesla, what would it be, 2-minute, 1-minute chart. Microsoft pushing back up to the highs. Apple, really big stick to the upside off that 172.50 area, 172.40 area.
About 30 points there. And she held the order so far. This yesterday's low right here. 281.
Guys, I'm seeing Tesla potential inverse head and shoulders does imply about $1 upside move if it can break the neckline. So let me just draw this on. It is implying a little bit of upside here. You can see that we formed nice little left shoulder, nice V-shaped bottom, carving out potentially a right shoulder here again. Any pattern can fail when the market's weak. Any bullish pattern can fail when the market is weak. Any bearish pattern can fail when the market is strong. But we are trying. We're at the lows, so the pattern is more likely to play out since we are at the lows. And it roughly puts an upside bias of $1 from the neckline if it triggers and breaks. If it triggers and breaks this neckline, it should put us back in the money. So I'm watching that closely.
All right, guys, I gotta head out for the day. Yeah, man, it's 80 degrees in full sun today. So, dude, yeah, go enjoy. Yeah, I gotta take.
A couple of the questions coming through. Does nat gas look like it's topping out? Intraday, yeah, potentially intraday. You've had a nice stellar move, so it is into some resistance now. Let me just pull it up on my other screen here. Just give me 1 second. So yeah, we are into some decent resistance, and I'll show you this resistance. It is daily chart resistance, which is why you're seeing a pretty big reversal candle there. But it does look like it's reached its extended move. Now, what the resistance that I'm looking at here is, let me actually flip to the 4-hour chart. Let me just erase some of these old lines. Tesla is trying to break out here, guys. So this previous inverse head and shoulders neckline, so this was the bullish trend line, this inverse head and shoulders here. It's when you broke out, back test, bounced here, breakdown on this impulse red candle down. Now you've done a full-on retrace back to that neckline. So there is resistance here. There's definitely resistance here, and you can see identically the pivot basically topped us out there. That's why you're getting that topping tail. So there's a neckline there. That's that previous bullish inverse head and shoulders neckline that you're tapping right now. So it does appear that nat gas is topped out for the day. Now, if you get through that, then nat gas, believe it or not, could actually start to squeeze higher to this 186 zone. So right now it does appear there's heavy resistance, but again, if you get through this on a 5 or 10 minute close, you could squeeze all the way up to 186 today. Which if you press higher after that, like that could be another 2.3% move. And don't count nat gas out, right? When you look at what's happening in the market, just based off of these inflationary trends, all commodities are breaking out. Gold, silver, uranium broke out a long time ago. That's usually the first one to do it. You've had oil break out today. Copper broke out yesterday. So commodities across the board are breaking out. Look at this DBC ETF, breaking out of the spacing range. So this is another ticker that is a good risk to reward long basis as even a swing trade. I don't hold a position, but it's definitely showing some signs of life. Some signs of life.
I'm convinced they're the funniest people ever. Surfers and snowboarders, bro. Yeah, snowboarders too. Snowboarders that snowboard with us.
So DBC, commodities breaking out. What does that mean? Inflation likely reignites.
The Cali boy, you know?
Jordan, I'll never forget one of the first times I was like snowboarding and stuff, and I decided to fly off a jump I had no business flying off of, and I was slammed so hard. I popped up, and these like skier bros came by, and they're like, "Bro, you said it right there, bro." I fucks with you. That was bro, sicky, nar. What? What is sicky, nar? They put that what they talk about it, that too. Yeah, the thumb and the pinky. Oh, that's too funny. Sicky, nar. Why?
Tesla's really just struggling at this neckline, guys. Tesla's starting. It's trying to get above it. You know, Q's had a nice big bid there. Basically, Tesla, we're still down on the trade. Currently speaking, I'm down $340. But I made $375 earlier on the Tesla day trade. So right now I'm up 25 on the trade. So, you know, at least we're insulated from the previous two times that we traded Tesla. Granted, this position is actually bigger than the previous two times, so I'm hoping that we can break out of this neckline and firm up. It is looking and showing some signs of positivity, so I am optimistic that we even get at least to a break even. I think that we get at least to a break even. Microsoft appears to be coming in a little bit more. It's almost one of those days where I probably need to bring my lunch to the desk. Just closed Care for 8%. Took MSOS along at 760. Nice trade there. Qs are trying to make another bid higher here.
I'm trying to get the background of my watch looks different, a blacker color. Do you know how to do that? No, I don't know. I don't use the black on there. I didn't even know it had one. I'll look it up.
Nice move up on Tesla. So we have triggered the breakout on Tesla, guys. We have triggered the breakout. Things are firming up. Yeah, an upside target based off of this pattern should take us to about 163.60. 163.60. That's your minimum. That's your first fib retrace, but I still think we can get up to the 382 retrace of this down move, which should put us at 164.70. Obviously, the market is a little bit weaker, so you know, it does make the trade a little bit tougher. But keep your eye on that. Again, all sectors red except for energy and XLK. Bitcoin now catching a bid, trying to firm up. Meta's pushing up. Apple curling down. Microsoft curling down. Google curling down. Bitcoin putting in a little bit of reversal, seeing crypto stocks bouncing just a tad. Again, Amazon's pushing up.
Did you trade well?
I traded all day.
Tesla's ripping now. Good to see. The Qs are trying to firm up. Nice move on Tesla. We're back to break even, guys. We are back to break even on Tesla. Let's go. Finally, we sat through the pain and we're back to break even. I'm still holding. I am still holding. Long on Tesla. Nice move up. Come on, Tesla. Keep pushing. Keep pushing. Keep pushing, guys. Can we get another winning trade today? Let's see. Come on, Tesla. Push. Push. Again, upside target is this 163.70 zone. Qs are also seeing some more upward pressure. The Russell's trying to make a move off of the lows.
And then I have something going on that requires people.
Come on, Tesla. You can do it.
I haven't used like while like for day trading things. I still have lots of account there, but like the whole day trading screen that you can use, I haven't been on there forever. I wonder. I'm sure they've added some new stuff. It's got to be pretty nice. I don't love it, but I don't hate it. Yeah, I love the customizability about it. That's the one thing I really love. There's not many things I love about Weeble anymore, but that's one thing. Is like you can just go on there. They give you a free, like you just have a layout, and you can just add whatever widgets you want. That's how Traders Pro is going to be. From what you can see, so I'm excited for that.
Wow, big bounce in crypto stocks. Bitcoin seeing some heavy volume. That's going to help our Tesla trade, guys. That will help our Tesla trade.
I shouldn't have gone to the walk and taken about 2 pictures. 50 points. Yeah, I had a good level at 242. We put in like a 15-minute tweezer off of it. I think that that's down by 242.
Guys, we're now making money on Tesla.
Yeah, it was right at it. It was right at it, and then also the daily 9. Oh, damn. You see 3 reasons to go wrong.
IWM trying to curl up. Alright guys, Qs are seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. Weakness in Google. Weakness in Amazon. Curling down. Apple and Microsoft appear to be trying to curl down. NVIDIA is trying to curl up still. Meta is trying to curl up. Tesla's still trying to curl up.
Your birthday party gets canceled because of snow. That happened to my sister like twice.
Come on, Tesla. Let's see if we can push. We are in the money, in the driver's seat. Come on, Tesla. Push, push, push.
Frank, did you shorting up the figure? I did, sir. Oh, ask me.
All right, market's potentially taking another down leg here. We just got to watch and see what happens. Qs are still kind of trading in a bearish range. They've been putting in lower highs, and they do have a lower low in place. Nat gas into some resistance. Dollars pulled back a little bit for the last basically 45 minutes. Still up 0.5% on the session today. So still a very strong stock. Tesla could come back down now and create a larger right shoulder. So if this now starts to form a resistance and potentially a right shoulder, you could actually have a bigger inverse head and shoulders forming. So your new neckline would be here. But we need to start carving out a right shoulder. You could dip down into this 163 area again, form a right shoulder, and then we have a bigger base on Tesla to trade against. So perhaps we are seeing a little signs of, maybe Tesla's going to catch a rotation bid here. Maybe Tesla will catch a rotation trade where you see other mega caps weaken in the Qs and Tesla performs. But again, Tesla's still a very, very weak stock in the grand scheme of things at the moment. So we have to watch. I'm just trying to think ahead and observe any potential rotation trades in the market. But it is holding up well off this zone. Whoops. Qs at the moment are just chopping in this channel. And notice where the Qs are struggling today. Every time you appear to be breaking above that EMA 113, you keep getting rejected. Here, break above, rejection. Break above, rejection. Break above, rejection. Rejected, rejected. Break above, rejection. Break above. Is this more rejection? All right, guys, I'm seeing the dollar. I just exited Tesla, guys, for basically a slight gain. I think it's going to check back a little bit. I sold the full Tesla. I'm seeing the dollar creep up and potential rejection here. If we push back down and form a right shoulder, I am interested in Tesla around this 162.90, 163, but I did exit Tesla there. I did exit Tesla. Yeah, Tom, I just sent out the alert today, right? So the team hasn't had time to update it yet. Typically, the website is about 1 to 2 days behind updating the position log. You know, it's not instantaneous. That's why we have the alert service, so that you get to see the alert. And again, guys, just keep in mind that I call out day trades on here on the live stream. I don't call out the swing trades for my members. So members pay for premium material, so I like to keep that at least somewhat exclusive on the stream. I know a lot of you in here are members and we discuss trades, which is okay. But again, we try to keep some exclusivity for the members because you guys are paying. So positions that I call out on here on the live stream are most cases, like 95% of the time, are day trades. You know, when we shorted day trade, when we shorted ARM at this 133.21 and covered it at 136.66, that's a day trade. Nothing more, nothing less. But positions are updated every 1 to 2 days on the website. But again, members, just follow the directions in the alert service. It's pretty clear. So hopefully that helps, Tom. All right, guys, Tesla trying to break out. Of course, we sold for a small gain, and now it is trying to break out. That's just the way it goes sometimes. I still think it's a premature breakout. I don't think there's enough. I mean, you are oversold. Volume's coming in, but the Qs are still weakening here. So we're still riding QQQ down. And guys, I do have an epic bounce level. I mean, epic bounce level on the Qs. If we flush at all today, I do have an epic bounce level to trade. Bitcoin's trying to make a nice little recovery. Tesla's still pushing. I got shaken out. Paper handed that Tesla long. But we'll see if it breaks out here. I still think that we need to form more of a right shoulder. We need a little bit more consolidation, but you are getting a move back up to the high side. Energy stocks, XOM still at the highs. XLE at the highs. Rig still pressing. Meta just flipped green. Microsoft still strong. Indices are trying to firm up here. Just been chopping in a channel, sideways channel. How is that chart doing ENF? Did Snowflake get a bounce? Yeah, Snowflake. Did it fill the gap on Snowflake? No, not quite. Not quite yet. We're still seeing a little bit more pressure coming into the semis. Tesla had a nice move still. Still haven't really had that official breakout yet as the Qs are now coming in, guys. Harder selling in the Qs. Hard selling in the Qs, guys. Microsoft appears to be curling down a little bit. Apple's still struggling. Crypto stocks acting well. Dollar's still trying to press higher here, guys, so just be careful with that dollar. It is trying to press higher. Tesla's still curling up. Damn, I got shaken out of that Tesla trade. Paper handed that bitch. Shit. And that's just the way it should go sometimes. It's totally okay. Still like to see if Tesla can firm up and check back and form that right shoulder. I still like Tesla on the long side if it checks back and forms the right shoulder. I still think we can get that right shoulder pivot. You know, as long as we stay below this little pivot high here around 163.90, I still think Tesla could check back. Triple dip on MSTR. What are we thinking about shorting it again? I know I'm watching that, to be honest. It's funny you mentioned that, Tom. I'm actually watching that right now, and I'm tempted. It's back at that 1700 level, but I'm just trying to see if Bitcoin wants to weaken here at all. I mean, I do see the dollar firming, so, you know, it's not a bad setup again. It's not a bad setup to re-short it here. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. Yeah, it's probably another short down. I haven't taken it yet. I'm just trying to see, but it is probably another short. And I'm glad you're on the same kind of wavelength as me. It's very interesting. It's just Bitcoin right now is still pressing higher, which is just making me slightly skeptical. Slightly skeptical, but I mean, this would be the level. This would be the level. You know, maybe around 1715. I'm just waiting a little bit more because there's so much short interest in the stock and so much momentum still in crypto. I'm just going to wait until maybe 1710, 1715 on MSTR, and then I may execute a short. So let's actually change this ARM chart. We'll look at MSTR again. But yeah, this is kind of the level. Lots of resistance in here. You got this previous pivot. I like 1715 or higher, guys. 1715 or higher, and I will look to short MSTR again. Still looking to buy Tesla back on the long side if it pulls back. Again, you still have a potential inverse head and shoulders forming on Tesla, but I want to see a dip and create a right shoulder, kind of like you did here. I want to see another dip into this region. MSTR. Oil ripping highs of the session. It's going for new highs on oil. Wow, just a beast, guys. Oil is just a beast. That's going to hurt the S&P. Guys, oil ripping is not the market's friend. Not the market's friend. Bitcoin running into a little bit of sell side pressure at the moment. I'm still riding 437 puts on the Qs, guys. And I'm looking to re-short MSTR, but I haven't taken it yet. I'm looking at a move between around 17.15. Don't know if it's going to get there. I might miss the trade, but that's just what I'm looking at. I don't really want to jump the gun because, again, Bitcoin is catching a bounce. You have put in a little bit of an hourly bottoming tail. You did tag that 7-day moving average, so typically when stocks sell off from an all-time high price, you do get a really big bid off of that first moving average touch. So, I mean, crypto stocks have absolutely catapulted our accounts today. Again, MSTR was our grand slam position. Today I made about 3,800 day trading MSTR. Looking for a little more. I'll actually post those gains. All right, Tesla's dipping, guys. This is where it gets interesting because we're looking for a retest and a right shoulder. So I'm interested in still going long Tesla. We can actually pick it up here and have a little bit less of an average. So, all right, guys, 162.80. I just got filled on my first entry long Tesla. 162.80, 162.80, guys. 162.80. Just got filled. So a nice little dip there. Sorry, 162. Whoa, that's weird. I actually only got filled at 162.96. That's a weird fill. I swear my brokerage is playing tricks on me today. I only got filled at 162.96 up here. That's not what I wanted. I was buying in here. What the heck? Anyways, I'm filled at 162.86. Not the entry I wanted. Not the entry I wanted. I thought I was going to get filled at the wick low there. I was waiting patiently, but I guess the fill is what the fill is. So 162.96, that's my starter position on Tesla. 162.96, we are long Tesla. Still haven't picked MSTR up, but again, we've now set up the potential here for a right shoulder. And this could be a very big inverse head and shoulders today that takes us to roughly about this high end here, about 165 or so. Just remember the market is weak though. The market is weak, so Tesla can go lower. It's a weak stock right now. Oil just made a new high of day, guys. Oil did make a brand new high of day. Qs are coming in a little bit. Amazon trying to curl up along with Tesla. So that's good to see the consumer discretionary stocks catching a bid. Then you have the likes of Apple curling down again, trying to break a little bit of a bear range. Microsoft also curling down. NVDA just holding steady. No short on MSTR. I did not get filled. Anyone that took it off that 1700 level, you're kind of laughing at the moment. I'm still waiting for about 1715, but we are long Tesla again and still riding QQQ puts. So again, I didn't get the fill I wanted to on Tesla. I was hoping to get around that 162.80 zone, but it filled me at 162.96. That's a little disappointing for my brokerage. Kind of disappointing. Qs are still weak, but hopefully this inverse head and shoulders now plays out. This is kind of what we were waiting for. This is why I sold it for a break even at this consolidation range, because I did expect a pullback. We're getting that pullback now. Qs are still weak. Qs look like they're going to come down to about 438. And then if you lose this channel, 437 puts incoming. MSTR, nice driver's seat. Anyone took that trade is in the driver's seat. MSTR is coming down a little bit. Qs are coming down. Next ad level on Tesla, guys, is going to be roughly on this neckline. So call it around 162, 162.01. I'll add to the Tesla position. Again, we just have a 1/4 entry, a 1/4 entry thus far. ARM is continuing to bleed lower, guys. ARM is continuing. Honestly, guys, I'm probably going to add to my Tesla position at this 162.25 26 actually, 162.26, and then this double bottom. Still riding these QQQ puts. We're up nicely on the trade, but I'm looking for a Grand Slam win. I am looking for a nice Grand Slam win on the Qs. Potential lower high on Tesla. We'll see if that surmounts to anything. MSTR putting in a little bit of a bull flag pattern above that EMA 113. We could see indices firm up here a little bit.
If you look at a 21 EMA on a 5-minute chart, every time it pops up there, I just keep stopping it. So.
Wow, guys, oil's new high of day, going for 81 a barrel. 81 a barrel. Fill up your cars. These are the days where I hate driving a truck because it's just a pig on gas. Just an absolute pig on gas. MSTR, big rejection. Qs look like they're coming down some more, guys. Still riding along on Tesla. Still riding a QQQ put. So it's almost a pairs trade on the Qs. Short the Qs through put options. Long Tesla. Again, we've made money on Tesla 3 times today. Looking for a 4th time. Looking for a 4th time today. Can we do it? I guess inverse head and shoulders on Tesla is in effect. Inverse head and shoulders on Tesla is in effect. If I were to go one mega cap name at the moment, it would be Tesla for a swing, but we're just trading on the day trade side. Look at ARM. ARM just had a really big dump, losing that impulse green candle. Anyone who shorted MSCR, nice job. Protect those trades because dollar's coming up and trying to test potentially a double top. You do have Bitcoin still holding above 71K. Q's potentially bouncing at this sort of double bottom zone. But at the moment, we're just riding a Tesla long, and let's see how it progresses.
I feel like a dick right now because I'm very confident I haven't been holding up my hand because I haven't been trading well. You're gonna go long.
Wow, I should have taken that MSTR trade. Shit. Ah. Damn. Hopefully, Tom, or who was talking about him? Yeah, Tom. Hopefully, Tom, you took that.
So short runners.
Tesla's moving up nicely, guys. So Tesla's moving up nicely. Come on, Tesla. Get your big butt up there. Get your big butt up there.
No, you said space several times.
It's overdone.
It's what?
Oh wait, it just went on. It overdone. Like 145 to 360.
Oil's still gunning, guys. Holy guys, this oil price, I don't know if anyone's comprehending. Like, do you know what this is going to mean for the CPI? For next month's CPI with oil ripping like this? I mean, oh my god. Oh my god, already for the month of March, oil basically closed February at 77.77 and now it's trading at 81. It just hit 81 a barrel on oil. Oh my god. And that's a huge daily chart bull flag breakout. That's a huge daily chart bull flag. Wow, guys. This is going to force the equity markets have to readjust. They absolutely have to readjust. I mean, these energy stocks, I think, are still super, super discounted. Like RIG, RIG, my upside target is 717. That might even get, that target may be a little bit pessimistic too. But if oil keeps charging like this, I mean, oh my god, the CPI, the Fed is going to have to come out so aggressive, guys. So aggressive. We haven't even hit the dollar hasn't even hit above 104 yet. You are getting a nice bull flag on the DXY. Really nice bull flag is forming on the Dixie. New lows being attempted on the NQ or NASDAQ, sorry. Meta curling down, Microsoft curling down, everything's curling down across the board. Tesla's trying to curl up. So a good little potential divergence occurring in Tesla. Hopefully we can see it hold up and build on top of these gains. Tesla's still trying to push. That's a good sign. We are long and strong Tesla, guys. We are long and strong on Tesla. Apple, huge green stick on Apple. Whoa, big green stick. I don't know if there's news on Apple, guys, but it's seeing a huge green stick on Apple. There might be news on Apple. You're seeing a big green stick on Apple. Anybody seeing any news coming across the headlines but a big stick on Apple? Microsoft's curling down. It might just be a rotation trade out of Microsoft into Apple, but that's a big high volume. That looks like a news candle. That looks like a news candle, guys. AAPL news coming in.
Apple's actually reacting to that. Big buys. Apple VWAP test.
That's a big Apple move.
Not enough to help NQ though. Order filled.
You added or bailing?
No, I just put two more on. It was basically, I was thinking about adding.
It's probably going to help the Qs with Apple having a big surge like that. That will help the Qs form a little bit of a low here. Unless Apple gets rejected, that's going to be bearish. You know, there's still selling occurring. There is still selling occurring.
Let's see if I can get a couple straight rules. Every time it kind of tries to come up here, it's getting slapped. With this ES 5205. Under that. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
New lows on the Qs, guys. New lows on the Qs. Tesla also under pressure. Apple getting sold right into. So we are at some support here on the Qs. The question is, does it break this channel and head to that 437 put target, guys? We are printing on these puts. Oil's still trending higher here. VIX is trying to push higher. Could get a little bit of a bounce here in the overall market. You are into some support. So manage those trades accordingly. We're still holding Tesla on the long side, 162. It's just a starter position. Again, Tesla could also be putting in a 1 minute head and shoulders pattern. Typically, head and shoulders will fail at the lows of the charts, but again, market is weak. Tesla's still weak. So we have to identify all these patterns here. Qs are coming up into some support. Some support on the Qs. Bigger drop there on Tesla. Apple reversing. Microsoft coming in hard now. Again, next ad level on Tesla is only at this 162.26 area. I will double down my position.
There you go. The right eye here. Frank, are you on right now? Yeah.
I'm actually going to scoop up more Tesla here. 162.70. I just got filled. 162.70. Kind of front running, seeing if the Qs NQ wants to bounce here.
All right, sure. Let's get
Might be a little bit of a poor entry on my part, but Qs are at some support. Qs are at some support. Heavy volume on Apple is trading in that range.
waiting for about 20 seconds. That long? It breaks the low range of the app. Order filled. It's always tough buying these, these levels, right? When they're about late.
All right, Tesla's still trying to go lower, guys. Tesla is still trying to go lower. Apple, Microsoft all curling down.
I can't believe we're only down 0.4% on SPY. It feels like it's good. Although, SPY 30-minute candle, I didn't see this close below.
Again, still a lot of weakness in this market.
Right.
Russell's pretty much almost at the dead lows, trying to form a little bit of a base here. Dixie's still up 0.5%, 10-year up 2.29. Today you have an important divergence between the long and the short end of the curve. Again, long end of the short end of the curve, big divergence today. You have the 2-year only up 1%, 10-year up 2.29, 30-year yield up 2.05, and 20-year up 2.18. So whenever you have the long end of the curve outperforming the short end of the curve, that is recipe for a market sell-off. I repeat, the long end of the curve is outperforming the short end of the curve today. That's not what equity investors want to see, because what does that mean? That means long-term bondholders are pricing in inflation remaining a little bit stickier. And it's narrowing that spread, that inversion. We've been inverted on the yield curve for quite a long time now. And the longer we stay inverted, where the 2-year is higher than the 10-year, the more damage that is happening under the hood of this market and economy. Remember, the equity market's big, but it's not that big when you compare it to the bond market. So yields and bonds are certainly telling us something. And right now they're kind of
Still short.
telling us negative things, to be honest. And that's not really positive. All right, guys, Tesla. We're just waiting on Tesla here. We are waiting on Tesla. I still think Tesla can try to firm up off of this level, but again, Qs are so weak that it's proving to be rather difficult off the zone. We're still riding 437 puts. Those are up quite nicely on the session right now, quite nicely, but I'm looking for max gain. You know, once those get in the money at 437, I will pull profits. That would be roughly another 297% win. 297% win. If this 437 hits, I will secure profits. That's going to be 297% win on the put play. Just monster profits, guys. All right, Qs are breaking down here. They are breaking down. We are still seeing weakness across the market. I'm still holding Q puts, Tesla long, down on Tesla slightly. Next add on Tesla is this 162.27. I do have a big buyable level. The Russell's actually coming up into a buyable level here. There's a gap fill on the daily chart that we're heading into. There is a gap fill on the daily chart, and we're also heading into the weekly 7MA. So guys, I think the TNA could be bought at this 201.15 level. The Russell 2000 could be bought at 201.15. 201.15. No fill yet on Tesla, still waiting. Volume is starting to come in, trickling in. Guys, get ready to close these puts. I'm even thinking of taking profits here because I am seeing the Russell coming into support. Things are looking extra spicy here. Tesla down 4.2%. Wow, look at the sell side pressure, guys. This is relentless, eh? Relentless. My oh my, what a wonderful day. I'm tempted to add to Tesla here, guys. I'm very tempted. I'm super tempted. Just going to be patient, though. Let's see if we get one more little dip. Qs are finding some support here, so Qs are trying to put in a little bit of a bottom here. They're still very vulnerable. You have Microsoft still super extended on the session, but it has pulled in from the highs. NVDA down 4.2.
Guess I should have just stayed short with Emperor Thor.
MSTR, anyone who took that short that Tom and I were discussing, you're laughing off that 1700 level. You're laughing.
And I just stopped out.
You may or may not have stopped out on the back, just on the back test there.
Yeah. Correct. But I did.
Sorry, thanks, Paul. Had a little bit of a muted mic there. Still riding the Tesla chart up. We are seeing the Russell 2000 bounce. Qs are bouncing. Tesla's still weakening here. So Qs had a nice bounce off of support. I did close my QQQ 437 puts for 102% gain. So I did close those. They didn't get in the money, but I did take profits. I'm looking at a Russell long off this 215 area, 201.15 area. There's a big gap fill also weekly, 7 moving average. Weekly 7 moving average. So we're prepared to go long the Russell. I do like Snowflake for a long at below 159. Below 159. So there's a lot of interesting stocks potentially coming into a support range here that could give us a bounce trade. Again, we're still trading Tesla on the long side. Dixie's still curling up to the high of day. VIX is still up 7.42%. UVXY is almost to that $7.30 XY. We discussed in the morning that I said I could see this pushing to 730, and that correlated with the 437 target on the Qs. And look at this, we're almost to that gap fill. We are almost to that gap fill, guys. All right, so far Tesla is hurting us a little bit. A little minor weakness creeping back into Tesla. I am looking to add again to Tesla. But that VIX. Let's see the QQQ. Guys, I do like the Russell for a long trade. It's not at level yet, but I do like it for a long trade. All right, Tesla head and shoulders appears to be potentially wanting to play out here. Qs are still holding up, but look at this rather large head and shoulders on the Qs, guys. Left shoulder, head, right shoulder. You have a new neckline to watch. And this could be telling us that maybe the Qs want to go down. Technically, actually, you'd use this pivot low. So if the Qs break this little intraday head and shoulders, that's another bearish pattern unfolding. Another potential bearish pattern. Oh, Tesla at the lows, guys. Tesla's charging for the lows. It's tempting to add in this region. I'm just seeing if it goes a little bit lower. Double bottom, guys. Double bottom on Tesla looks to be coming into play. I didn't add at this level. But double bottom does appear. There's also a gap fill there. So I still think that we can make a trade on Tesla at this double bottom. That's where I'll add to the position. Qs are coming in a little bit. Apple's firming up. Bitcoin's also coming in hot. So anyone still shorting MSTR, you're in the driver's seat. You're well in the driver's seat. Heavier volume coming into Tesla. Heavier volume. Again, I'm still riding a Tesla long, looking to add at this double bottom, or even like right now. We're coming very, very close. All right, guys, I just added to my Tesla position at 162.02. 162.02, just slightly before that double bottom. Just slightly before that double bottom. If you're conservative, you can wait for the double bottom. Oh, Tesla, gunning for new lows. Look at that. Look at that. So my average on Tesla is sitting at this 162.54 zone. We are down on the trade. Tesla's making new lows, guys. So things are not looking optimistic at this point for the markets. Tesla just keeps getting weaker and weaker and weaker. Final entry is going to be right on this trend line at 161.40-ish, 161.50. That will be the final entry on Tesla, and I will not add to the position anymore. So we have a 3/4 position long on Tesla, average at 162.54. Qs, you can see, are in trouble. Russell's coming up into target, guys. I'm actually going to flip the Russell chart on IWM. Georgiana, thanks for your input there. She's saying Tesla's under a lot of pressure. Plus, I'm sure that April earnings will look bad, so more downside near term. Yeah, stocks are always forward looking, right? So I think that Tesla's being taken to the woodshed right now. People are pricing in those weak earnings. People are pricing in higher rates. And you've just seen Tesla in a downtrend. Believe it or not, Tesla's the worst performing S&P 500 stock year to date. And it just widened that margin as of today. So Tesla down another 4.34%. But I love these opportunities. I do like these opportunities. Again, I'm interested in buying the Russell, guys. 201.15 is your gap. 201.15 is your gap. So we are long Tesla at the moment. And that's the only day trade we have left on the docket. This is the fourth time on the long side we're trading Tesla. And we've been successful. On the 3 past previous attempts, we've been able to make money. So, fourth time, are we going back to the cookie jar too many times? Are we going to get caught with our hand in the cookie jar? Time will tell. Time will tell. But I am interested in a long on the Russell, guys. The gap is at this 201.15, but it may pierce that and hit the low range of this channel. I do like it. I do like it. So keep a Russell 2000 window open because I do like that trade. Ram is saying he missed big gains on coin puts by closing early. You still made money, Ram. No one's ever gone broke from taking profits, but people have gone broke from not taking profits. So hindsight is always 2020. Could have, would have, should have are the 3 best traders in the market. If we all just sold at the bot or sold at the highs and held on a little bit longer, actually the statistical math shows you'd be losing. So don't be frustrated with taking profits early. Do not be frustrated with taking profits early. Because look, crypto stocks are getting a small bounce right now. MSTR getting a bounce. Bitcoin's trying to get a bounce. Tesla's also putting in a little bit of a reversal candle again on the 5-minute chart. So good upside pressure coming in. I still remain bullish. Just getting a phone call, guys. Just 1 second. All right, guys, back on the swing of here. We are in the money on our Tesla position. Average is sitting at 162.71. It's a 3/4 position long. I have personally 460 shares long on Tesla, roughly 75,000, 74.9, kind of fluctuating around. The UVXY, Rams looking for UVXY analysis today. It's been strong, putting in higher highs and higher lows. I guess my dog just knocked something over. But UVXY is strong, making a nice bullish daily reversal. I could still see this going to gap fill today. I could definitely see this going to gap fill today. That was kind of the upside target that I had on watch. So I'm still expecting more upside in the VIX, which means that there's likely going to be more downside in the markets. QQQ, we did cover those 37 puts. Good thing we covered because the Qs did get back up to the high side. Tesla's running into above there, then I do think that we can actually push all the way back up to this 163.68. But again, it's really going to be pending what the Qs do off of this level. You can see the Qs, we pretty much took our profits right at the lows of this channel on those puts, and we have bounced up nicely. So it's been a really wonderful trading session for us so far, and we're still in the money on Tesla and looking for further upside. Looking for further upside in Tesla. MSTR pulled back a little bit. Let's look at the Dixie because the Dixie is still surging higher here. Excuse me. What a move on the Dixie. What a move. Still have strength in the yield market. Weakness in bonds. Sorry, I'll just get some water here. Bitcoin appears to be losing 71,000. It could retest 69K based off of dollar strength, yield strength, VIX strength. The Russell never hit my target, so there still could be potentially more downside in the Russell. So just pay close attention to that. Big push in the Qs. That should help our Tesla long, but at the moment it's not. At the moment the Qs are pushing by itself. Really big pop on NVDA. Apple had a nice big pop, still up 1.43%. You have Meta curling down, Google curling down, Tesla trying to push back up. So we are still long and strong Tesla. Long and strong Tesla. Potentially a nice inverted head and shoulders forming on Tesla. Remember that larger one did fail because Tesla made a new low, but now you could draw your neckline like this. And if you pop, you have a measured move on Tesla from this low wick down here, which would roughly be $1.40, $1.35 to the upside. That's if we trigger, and you can see the Dixie is coming down simultaneously while the QQQ is coming down. So certainly interesting to see there. SOXS at the highs of the session. SOXS is at the highs of the session. Tesla were basically just flat. Bitcoin again curling down. Hey guys, so we are seeing Tesla push up. Q's really big push. QQQ is actually making a really big run to the high side, kind of a short covering rally. Whether or not it sticks, time will tell, but we are long and strong Tesla in the driver's seat at the moment. So good job if you've been able to take this Tesla trade with us. Tesla has triggered this little inverted head and shoulders. Upside target, believe it or not, takes you to about 164.35, but it's going to have the market stay buoyant. So we were able to execute on all of our short trades. We were basically out of all those day trade shorts, and now we are on the long side with a very big position in Tesla. I'm holding 460 shares long on Tesla, roughly about 75K. And we are seeing Qs trying to rally here. Definitely trying to rally here on the Qs. So a nice big push in the QQQ indices. And we are seeing things firm up across the board. So we are still riding Tesla. I think at the very minimum, Tesla is going to get to this 163. But again, the Qs are coming up into resistance here, trying to put in, your Qs have been putting in lower highs all day. So if you take out this high, that could be your first potential negation of the downtrend that we've been in today. If you get past this high, then you're going to retest this 440.50 zone. You can see the Dixie has coming in. Nat gas is moving higher. Things are still looking bearish across most sectors, but definitely a nice solid bounce. A really, really solid bounce to the upside. You can see Tesla just hovering on this previous little neckline. It is coming in now as the Qs are seeing some resistance. So Tesla is underperforming the Qs on every little downturn. Every little downturn, Tesla is underperforming the Qs. As the Dixie softens, the rally is just ripping. So it's good to be long and strong in the Qs at this moment. I think RAM now is a decent entry into the UVXY. I think now is a decent entry into the UVXY RAM, even for a swing trade. QQQ calls recommended. Sorry, RAM. Yeah, that trade, I was just on the phone. But yeah, QQQ would have been a nice spot. I don't think you chase it here. Although it is looking like they're trying to press higher. I don't think we chase the Qs here. You know, this is basically where we took our 437 put, our 0 DTE plays. So I'm tempted to try to take it again because the Qs never filled my downside targets. So I might take a stab on the short side of the Qs here. I might take a stab and let you know if I take a fill. I'll let you know if I take a fill. Even MSTR has firmed up, potential inverse head and shoulders on MicroStrategy forming on the 5-minute chart. I'm still holding a Tesla long. We're nicely in the money, so that'll be 4 of 4 on Tesla. We've basically been 100% win rate today on all the trades. 100% win rate on all of our trades today. So pretty fantastic session so far. Still haven't taken a short on the Qs. I think we get one more little push higher, and then it's a short. I want to see the first initial drop off the RSI, a little bit of a pop to create a little bit of a higher low on the RSI intraday, but a higher high price action. So I'm waiting for that little bit of a bearish divergence to occur before I get in on the short side again. The Qs currently are below the 7-day moving average, but above the short term or above the 20. I'm looking at a short trade on the Qs at this 440.26 zone. 440.26. It's a moving target, so it's going to adjust by the pennies as we progress, but I'm looking at a short at this 440.26 zone. And as soon as we hit that 440.26 zone, that's where I am going to, actually now it's 440.29. As soon as we hit that zone, I'm going to be exiting my Tesla. You can see the Qs are pushing. Qs are pushing. Nice push. This is why we covered our QQQ put play and we entered back in on the Tesla long. Look at that stellar candle. So now you have your first little bearish divergence forming where you've made a higher high in the price action on the 1 minute chart and you're making potentially a lower high on the RSI. Tesla's coming in a little bit more. All right, guys, get ready to execute a short on the Qs. Get ready to execute a short on the Qs. I just got filled at 439.75. 439.75. Jumping the gun a little bit here. I am jumping the gun a little bit. 439.75. Short the Qs. I'll add to the position a little bit higher. All right, guys, I'm going to put a break-even stop on Tesla. Break-even stop on Tesla. Just a break-even stop. Qs are pushing. They're actually trying to go positive here, the Qs. All right, guys, so the Qs are pushing into positive territory. Next ad is going to be right here, 440.08. Just got filled at 440.08. Short the Qs, 440.08. That's the second entry on the short side. Oops. Wow, we're actually ripping through this area now. 440.08. My average now on the Qs is sitting at 439.92. 439.92. And the next entry is basically at this 440.60 zone. And then a pierce of 441. So we have the other upside targets on the Qs. Still holding with a break-even stop on Tesla. Actually, I'm going to move Tesla stop right underneath this pivot zone here. So I'm putting an in-the-money stop on Tesla. In-the-money stop on Tesla, not letting that trade go against us. And as we push, like we are in the Qs right now, what a monster push. Qs are actually going positive on the session, guys. Qs are looking to go positive on the session. Can you believe that? Wow. What a stellar move in the Qs. That's stellar price action in the Qs. And really that came out on the back of nowhere. Seems to be just a short covering rally. Heavy volume in this region midday. Very heavy volume in this midday. We took profits. We've taken monster profits today. Now we're just back in on the short side. You can take puts. I do like 439 puts again. Retest this channel. Even 438s could potentially work, but 439s are a little less risky. 439s are a little less risky. But can you believe it? The markets go green. Bitcoin's weakening just a tad. Qs are hitting some hourly chart resistance at the moment. Also hitting 4-hour chart resistance around that 440.36 zone. Now we got to wait to see what type of consolidation we get. This is a prime example of when you're at the lows of a chart not to chase the short, because it looked like we were breaking lower. We ended up covering our put down in this 437.90 range, and look at that bounce right back to our previous entry, pretty much re-washing the trade. Nat Gas trying to push higher again. Google at the highs. Microsoft's back nearing testing the highs. NVDA is seeing some strength continuation. Meta's trying to curl back up. Apple's still trying to push. All right, guys, I'm cutting Tesla here. I just sold my Tesla 163.10. 163.10. I just sold my Tesla, guys. I'm seeing the Qs running into some resistance here. 163.10, all out of Tesla. 163.10. Still holding just a QQQ short now. Let's take a look at Mr. Softy. Nat Gas gunning above that neckline now. Nat Gas is continuing to push higher, guys. Bitcoin seems to be coming in a little bit. Look at that move on Microsoft, guys. Huge move on Microsoft. Apple's still pushing. Google's still pushing. Bitcoin's curling down. Nice profits today for members, guys. Really nice profits for members. Live trading as well as swing trading. Really, really good profits today. Nat Gas is absolutely ripping, guys. It's now up 4.71%. So, the bulls are trying to defend this price action here. Nat Gas is trying to be defended here. You've recaptured that neckline. So bulls are looking like they're trying to regain control of the price action. So that's certainly interesting to note. Bulls are looking to regain the price action control. Bitcoin seems to be coming under pressure again. Qs are still holding steady. Microsoft's still trying to push higher here, break out of a flag. Microsoft is still off of the highs intraday, but it is trying to retest those highs. Look at that monster move in Microsoft. That is a monster power move in Microsoft. Again, our next ad on the Qs is up here at 440.60. 440.60. 440.60 on the short side. Nat gas has now had 7 hours of consecutive upside price action. 7 hours of consecutive upside price action on nat gas. Yeah, we could get a retrace on that. Let's try it. Just waiting on the cues right now. Oil's making another move to the high side, guys. So oil is trying to push up again. Briefly sold off from 81, but there's just relentless buying pressure in the commodity market. Just relentless buying pressure. Let's see if the cues can break out of this consolidation range and push higher. Microsoft's just tearing higher at the moment. Apple, NVDA, Amazon, all the mega caps are pushing. They're really trying to pump here. So right now we're just shorting the cues. Average is sitting at 439.92. We still have 2 additional entries up in this range. It's even tempting here, but look at that power move on Microsoft. Wow. Good thing we closed our shorts, went long Tesla, didn't get caught in chasing, and now we're well in the driver's seat to potentially make some more profit off of this fall. And we should get a fall. The markets are still in a downtrend. The Qs did turn positive, but you still have tremendous weakness in the Russell 2000 as well as the S&P. And Qs did turn positive after being down 0.5%. In the matter of a few minutes, boom, Qs just end up ripping positive. So quite fascinating. Where I think the Qs will retrace to now is this channel that we were chopping in for quite a long time. I do think that's probably looking like your likeliest retrace zone. I'm actually seeing another channel on my chart. Let me just draw it on my other screen just to make sure that it fits. So what's interesting, flip to a little bit of a larger term time frame. We're going to go to the, let's go to the 5-minute chart. You should be able to see it on the 5-minute chart. I'm going to actually keep this channel here. But if you see, there's a new channel of resistance that we can use as an intraday support and resistance zone. And it's from your previous high pivot all the way down into that pivot. Drop your channel down and take a look at that. Pivot, pivot, pivot. So we are at the top of the channel now. We are at the top of the channel now on the Qs. Indices are still trying to push. but we shall see if they get through this level. So we're adding to our short trade right at the top of that channel. That should be some decent resistance in the near term. That should be some really decent resistance. Again, it's been a beautiful trading session for us here at Trading Capital. If you haven't checked out my swing trading and day trading service, please do so. Tradingcapital.ca. I track insider buying and selling. I give you pre-market plans ahead of time for day trades. I do a daily analysis video each and every night for my members. We go through commodities, we go through currencies, we go through bonds, yields, stocks, equities, everything, the whole 9 yards. Try to put us in the position to understand which direction the market is likely going to move in. And then we're here day trading pretty much every day, live streaming for free. We've already provided a lot of different alpha today. So if you've been into the stream, please give it a like on the YouTube channel. And hopefully we can continue to keep printing more profits. You know, my motivation is obviously to help people learn, help people teach, but making profit at the end of the day, right? I'm not here if we're not making money. I won't be here. So let's see if we can get some QQQ downside. Qs are into the top of the resistance. Maybe a little bit higher we can push, but there's a ton of resistance in this range. You are hitting the 4-hour 7 moving average at 440.36. That's what we're rejecting off of. Again, we closed Tesla 4 times on the long side for a beautiful win. We took an SMCI short. We took a MSTR short twice. We took an ARM short once. We took QQQ puts. So we are looking like we're going 9. We're going to try to go. And we also took a Boyle long. I forgot about that. Nat gas long. So we are trying to go 10 for 10. If this QQQ put position comes in, we will be going 10 for 10 on the session. Sorry, not a put. It's a short. We will be going 10 for 10 on this position if the Qs start to come in. So right now we're basically just flat on the trade, waiting patiently. NVIDIA down 2.9, Microsoft up 2.7, pretty much just seeing capital rotate from one mega cap to the other. Apple up 1.65, Russell 2000 down 1.76%. The Dixie's up 0.5%. Here comes the decline, guys. Bitcoin's trying to retest 70K, falling sharply here. Bitcoin is falling sharply. MSTR is falling, guys. MSTR is seeing some downside, breaking a little bit of a bearish range. I'm not going to chase it, but it is falling. A little bit of a resistance point here on Microsoft. Meta's curling down, looking like there's a little bit more downside shifting into some of the communication stocks, but Google's still remaining resilient. Tesla's still weak. Apple's trying to push higher here. With Tesla so weak, it's weighing in on Amazon now. Amazon's still holding positive price action, but it is looking like it's trying to come lower. We'll see if Amazon wants to fall. Qs are still holding up. I still think a retrace down to this 439 area is pretty likely on the Qs. I think it's pretty likely. VIX had a big fall from the high of 725 down to 691, kind of mimicking this huge move on the Qs. Qs are now coming down. We're back in the money on that trade, guys. We're back in the money on the Qs. Again, I'm looking for a retest of 439 on the Qs. 439. Big rejection on Tesla, guys. Big rejection on Tesla. Tesla does appear that it wants to go almost maybe back to the low of day, which is kind of surprising, but it is looking like that. Nice move down, guys. Nice move down in the Qs. Let's see how much we can squeeze. Come on, Qs. A little bit lower. Go a little bit lower. You can see the Dixie pushing, Nat Gas pushing, Russell pushing. All sectors are red except for XLK and XLE, so energy is continuing to climb here. Energy stocks continuing to climb. XOM, XLE still rallying pretty strongly. QQQ coming a little lower now, guys. Qs are coming a little lower. Let's erase this. I actually got to plug my phone in. Let's see if they can stair-step the Qs down. Let's see. We are in the driver's seat once again, guys. We've been on the right side of this market today, guys. Qs are coming in. Still holding a short on the QQQ. Still holding a short. We're up just a little bit, but I'm looking for a move back down to 439. 439 or lower. Rams looking at KRE. Let's look at KRE. Just 1 second, Ram. I'll go over this chart in a minute. All right, so Ram wants to look at KRE. So we're looking at the regional banking sector here, and ultimately you're going to see on the daily chart you're hitting that EMA 113. So there is some technical support here, but is it really going to hold? Let's look at the larger term time frame, and what I'm seeing on the larger term time frame is rejection off that weekly. You tried having an impulse breakout move above that EMA, and you got rejected. Big failure here. Now you're putting in potentially a weekly bear flag underneath that EMA 113. One of the reasons I wouldn't go long regionals here is you've had that discount program end. ETFP is over. And what else are we seeing? We're seeing a real acceleration in inflation. So when the acceleration in inflation starts, you often will see yields go up. And that's exactly what we're seeing. When yields go up, what sectors get hit the most? And specifically banks, banking stocks, net interest margins, their NIMs get really compressed and it starts to make them less profitable. And I mean, there's a lot of debt maturing still across the board in the commercial real estate market and other variety of sectors. But when I look at regionals, I think this is a short setup all the way down back to $40, $40.50. You can see you've been chopping in this channel, low pivot, high pivot, tried breaking out, failure, potential bear flag here. So with interest rates pressing higher here off of higher inflationary prints, I remain bearish on banks because those net interest margins will get squeezed, and basically it's not a good sign for regionals when those rates are moving higher. And I mean, this pattern right now is not looking optimistic. You've had the Russell making many attempts at a breakout, and it's failed across a variety of different time frames. And look at the Russell today. It's getting absolutely slaughtered, right? So the Russell has a big factor on what the overall regionals, biotech sectors will do. There's a lot of banks. And look at that failure on the Russell. That is a failed breakout on the Russell 2000. Heavy sell-off. It's looking like the Russell probably wants to retest below 200. I'll show you the level that I'm looking at on the Russell. Let me just actually erase all of these key trend lines. So remove the drawings, but it honestly appears that the Russell wants to retest and backtest this trend line. I think you want to wait until the Russell's into bigger support before you go long the regionals. So wait until there's bigger support on the Russell to go long the regionals. But I could see this trend line, this little channel, pivot high to this kiss it here, this breakout. I could see the IWM coming all the way back down to this area here. Notice the relative strength in the Russell. See how the weekly chart here, the Russell's trading way above that EMA 113. And the relative weakness is clear. Regionals are underneath its EMA 113. So odds are with the regionals trading under this moving average, and if they go lower, it's probably going to send the IWM basically back down to this parallel channel that I discussed and showed you. It should populate here soon. And then by the time we hit that, maybe in a week or two, this EMA on the weekly chart, this EMA 113 could be in this vicinity. So that's what I'm watching for. I'm watching for more weakness in the Russell 2000. You will have a lot of support in this region as well. Obviously, if you just simply do some pivot high resistance zones here, you can see that there's a ton of support in this region. So you probably get a little bit of a day tradable bounce, couple day bounce off this 196, 194 zone. But I just have to lean more bearish right now on regionals and small caps because interest rates are moving higher, inflation's reaccelerating, and I really don't see regionals rallying off of the new fundamentals that have changed. And look at the underperformance in regionals, right? You have the Russell already getting slaughtered, down 1.93%. Look at regionals. They're down 2.59. So they're actually underperforming the weakest indice, which is the Russell. So again, whenever you see underperformance, relative weakness compared to a broad indice, you don't want to be in that name. Not yet. I'll keep you posted, Ram. You won't miss out on that trade. I'll keep you posted. When I decide to start nibbling. And look what happened to NYCB, right? There's a canary in the coal mine. who's to say there's not another one of those lurking? If anyone thinks there's some sort of another regional bank that could run into some liquidity stress, please let me know. I'd love to buy some out of the money puts. But as of now, regionals are not looking, and there most likely will be another bank stress. You saw that NYCB getting slaughtered, almost failed. If it wasn't for that $1 billion in funding from Munchin, then that bank probably would have been almost going under. Look at this Dixie, guys, going for the high of day. Dixie is going for the high of day. So another move to the high side for the Dixie. Just putting in a beautiful bull flag pattern, guys, on this DXY chart. Beautiful bull flag pattern on the DXY chart. We're in the driver's seat. Tesla's right back down to the lows, guys. Can you believe that? Take a look at this Tesla. So good thing we exited that Tesla long, because right back down to the lows, showing severe underperformance. The fact that Tesla was much more oversold compared to the mega caps, and it's basically trading right back down to the lows, and the Qs are well off of the lows still. That's a big underperformance on Tesla's end. Massive underperformance. Does it firm up here? Maybe, but it's just looking exceptionally weak. And it's a good thing we cut that trade all the way up 163 for a profit, because right now it's right back down. All right, Qs, we are in the money. So another winning trade. We're looking to go 11 of 11 today. We are looking to go 11 of 11 today. Tesla's at an interesting spot here. Another potential triple bottom. You could play it on the long side, but I'm just going to wait, because I think that we could see the rest of the day just in a downtrend. I think they could actually flush this market lower for the rest of the day. That would not surprise me, to be honest. You had a little bit of bounces here and there, but I would not be shocked if they try pushing this market lower for the rest of the day. So Tesla's low of day is sitting at around 161.70-ish, 161.70. That is the low of day. It is appearing that it's going to make new lows on the session. So I'll let you know when I want to go long again on Tesla. I do like trading this oversold name, but it's not there yet. It's not there yet. Let me see something here on Tesla. There's some support here, but I could see Tesla pushing all the way down to about 161.60. That's an area of opportunity. Certainly an area of opportunity on Tesla. We'll watch it. We'll watch it closely. Qs appear to be coming down lower. Apple curling down. Microsoft still trying to push up. Bitcoin curling down. You're welcome, Random. You're welcome. Again, guys, please hit that like button on the stream. We've been providing countless opportunities today. We're going 11 of 11 right now. We are in the driver's seat on the QQQ short trade, sitting with an average at 439.92. Looking to go 11 of 11 on the live stream. All recorded here for free. Entries, exits. Mabby saying, hey, just closed all my nat gas positions at a loss now on the spike. The fees I was paying was too much and was too over leveraged. Yeah, that's probably not a bad trade. I mean, right now, I'll have some things to discuss on nat gas today. Obviously, we got some fundamental news on the inventories that helped propel the bullish price action. Daily chart, you're putting in a bullish engulfing candle, but you're really just testing the, is that the 50? You're actually just retesting the, let me just double check this. I just want to make sure I'm calling out the right MA here. You're actually just retesting the 20-day moving average. So there is some resistance here now, but the fact that you are back above that inverted head and shoulders neckline does provide an opportunity for a move back to 186. But again, as long as you stay below 186, there's always a chance nat gas can go right back down to the lows of the session. Or not today. I think today it's going to hold its gains. You're certainly seeing too much positive flow, bullish price action. But I do think that there's still a chance. The big level for nat gas bulls where I'm looking for is at 186.22. And I'll pull up the chart once we see the Qs fulfill my downside target. I'm looking for a move into the top of this range, below this 439.14. So we are in the driver's seat yet again, looking for more. Come on, Qs. Give it up, give it up, give it up. Again, I'm looking at a long trade on Tesla as well. Do you think I got out a little early then? You know what, Mavi, what I've noticed you last few sessions trading here, you coming into the chat, you've been very nervous with your nat gas position, and you have mentioned a variety of times or numerous times that the fees are eating you up, the fees are eating you up. So I think, maybe sure you might have closed early, but I think it's probably the better risk management that you've closed the position. You can always get back in. 182 depressed level on nat gas, even sub $2, even if you only take the trade back again at $2, a move from $2 to $3 can basically get you a massive gain on nat gas. And I still think we're into a scenario where nat gas by the end of the year can push to $4. It's just, I think you're using better risk management, closing the position. You can reassess, it's had a stellar day today. It's up over 5%. And climbing. So I don't think it's a bad thing that you closed it, because you've been certainly nervous with the trade and you've been reiterating the same thing about the fees. So hindsight, probably the smart thing to do, because you can always use that capital to enter in a trade again. And you know what? It's a stellar day today, but for all we know, we could, gap down tomorrow. There's nat gas is the widowmaker for a reason. It loves to trap in new liquidity before it makes a bigger move up or down, right? Both it traps people on the short side and the long side. So I think that it'll help you sleep better at night. Yeah, that's crazy. 50% of your portfolio was leveraged at 10x. Unbelievable beginner mistake. We're all there. We've all made that mistake. I remember shorting nat gas during that Russia-Ukraine invasion. And, I had, I also had a huge percentage of my portfolio in it. Kind of a little embarrassed to disclose how much, but ended up making money, break even on that trade, but it was just kept on going up against me. I'd wake up, futures up 10%, and I'd be like, fuck. Wouldn't sleep at night because the trade is just absolutely demolishing you. Look at the futures, it's up again. Look at the futures, it's up again. So I think the proper risk management, you've taken the approach to just sell on a positive day, and then you can reassess. One day does not make a trend. That's potentially the start of a reversal, but then again, you're still underneath that 186 level. So, my members, we don't hold a trade on that gas right now. We ended up taking profits when it just pierced $2 on a third of our nat gas position, and we moved to stop to break even, and we got stopped out. So we still net made money on the trade, but it was proper risk management that allowed us to mitigate that downside. Take a look at this QQQ fall, guys. So now we're in the region. We're at 439. I am going to be looking to cover some of the position there, guys. I just covered at that 439 dip, 439 cover, 439 cover. So a nice little win there. Another winning trade on the Qs. Tesla's at an interesting spot here. We could potentially try to pick it on the long side again. It's getting very oversold here, Tesla. Getting very oversold. I just want the Qs to really try to hit the top of this channel before we go long Tesla. I want the Qs to hit the top of this channel before we go long Tesla. But we did take profits on the Qs. 439 cover. On that 439.02. All right, Tesla's coming into a nice zone here, guys. Another target zone on Tesla. Another beautiful target zone on Tesla. I may even swing some Tesla overnight, to be honest. It's looking a little bit interesting here. All right, guys, I just went long Tesla. I got filled at 161.57. 151.67. It's a starter position. It's a starter position. 161.57. I just picked up 140 shares. It's a starter position. Starter position. He lost 60K in nat gas last year. Yeah, it's a ruthless trade, man. It's a ruthless trade. Mavi's saying my account was positive 1.2K and I just took a 1K loss on nat gas, so now my account is only positive 200, but I learned so many lessons. And that's the positive, right? You're taking the lens of optimism and you're taking a negative and turning it into a teachable moment. A lesson learned is definitely a valuable thing to take away. Mavi's still not bad. I lost 60K. And I mean, Bart, it's all in relativity, right? 60K off of a $1 million account or 60K off of, say, a $500,000 account, right? There's a big difference in percentages, right? So we're all here trading with different amounts of capital. So it's all relative, right? Percentage basis is really how things are viewed in this market. Percentage gains relative to your portfolio size. So, but definitely 60K is not a nice. 60K is 60K, right? It's not a nice thing to lose, Bart. That's certainly a tough lesson itself. All right, guys. So we covered our cues. We went long Tesla, starter position. I will add to the position basically. Next add level is going to be roughly at 161.07. That's 50 cents lower on the Tesla chart. Qs are getting a really big bounce here. Really big bounce. And if for some reason we go lower than this 161.07, next add level is around that 160.57. So basically every 50 cents lower, we'll add to Tesla. Every 50 cents lower, we'll add to Tesla, guys. But it's pretty good day. We're 11 of 11. Tesla long is our 12th trade today. We have 100% win rate today. Very rare. I mean, we've done it a few times, but trust me, it's not every day we get 100% win rate. So we just got to be humble with the market, say thank you, and just keep trying to stay in the flow of things. So we're in a 12th trade here, a 12th day trade, and it's a long on Tesla for the 5th time today. We've been able to trade Tesla on the long side 4 times. Say we've made money on Tesla. This is the 5th time we're entering the long. It's the 5th time we're entering the long. And right now it's a starter position, 140 shares. I have 4 different add levels. So I'm willing to take this trade up to about just over 80,000, closer to 90,000 in my portfolio. And this is just a day trade. I may swing Tesla overnight. I haven't decided. I want to see how this market closes before I make a decision of that nature. Ram, Boyle, I'm down 9% with a big chump, still holding. Yep, Ram, I think you're okay on Boyle. 9% down on Boyle is not really much. It's only a 4.5% move on nat gas. 4.5% move from current levels takes you roughly to about $1.92, $1.93. Right now, you are going to test the 7-day moving average on nat gas. I'm actually inclined to potentially pick a day trade short via KOLD. So I'm going to look at this KOLD and maybe go long KOLD, which is a short on nat gas. We're getting a little bit extended, I think, and you're coming up into some daily chart resistance. So I'm looking at a long on KOLD, which is a short on nat gas, Just recognize this is a risky trade. We're trying to trade against the grain. But nat gas is coming up into some 7-day moving average, sitting at 183.60. 183.60. I haven't got filled yet. I'll let you know once I take the KOLD trade, guys. I'll let you know once I take it. That 137 level would have been nice. You're already seeing a bounce here. So you can see we're on the right track again to potentially short nat gas, but it's I'm a stickler. I want it to hit that 7-day moving average. We missed it by a few pennies, so I'm just waiting for it to hit that on the daily chart. We're very close. We're about 57 cents away. Are you already in Tesla? Yes, I am. My average on Tesla now is 161.57 right here. Right here. Called that out a couple minutes ago. We've been in that for about 3 minutes now, and we are bouncing. Nice move on Tesla, guys. Really big, solid move on Tesla. Do you guys want to see why I took that trade? I'll show you why I took that trade. I'm going to go to the 5-minute chart. Not only were the Qs hitting some support and trying to make a reversal, but all you simply need to do, let me just erase some of these key trend lines. Let me just clean up this chart. Oh, look at this KOLD. That would have been a picture-perfect entry off that 137. Just a little bit too late. You know, so the big reason we took this trade was because Tesla was oversold, putting in positive divergences on the intraday chart. And look at this channel: pivot high, pivot high, pivot high, pivot low, pivot low, pivot low. That's a balanced 3 pivot highs, balanced 3 pivot lows. We'll see if Tesla can firm up. Oh, KOLD, what are you doing to me? Missing that trade. Anyways, if nat gas still comes up, then I'll look to potentially re-enter. At this point, I'm just going to wait on the sidelines for the KOLD short and manage this Tesla trade. Dixie still trading near the highs of the session. You know, Dixie could be putting in a little bit of a cup and handle intraday. Potential inverse head and shoulders. This points to higher prices. So if the Dixie breaks out here, you know, then we're going to see another leg S104, potentially even bull flag pattern, a little bit of a bullish wedge, I should say. So Dixie's looking like it wants to press higher here. Honestly, sometimes it is better to just stop and rethink. You're 100% right, Bart. I love that. You know, if I learned that lesson way earlier, it would have saved me hundreds of thousands. You know, sometimes I could have just taken an extravagant vacation instead of over trading, and I would have been in a better position. But, you know, the market is the market, right? We all have to learn lessons. It's smarter than us. It will always be smarter than us. We just have to react accordingly to what we see in price action. And that's why I like technicals, because, I mean, you know, it's the ultimate form of truth, right? Price action is price action. You either find out if you're wrong or if you're right very quickly. All right, guys, still holding a long on Tesla. It is coming lower now, so our next entry is in effect, but the Qs are breaking down here. Leading the charge to the downside is the QQQ. I do think that Tesla can get a bounce still, but the market is going to have to try to firm up here in the Q. Again, I still like Tesla. Look at that Dixie. Huge surge. Huge surge. Wow, the lake is so peaceful today in front of me. It's just like glass. Perfect day for a jet ski. Water skiing. Jeez, so beautiful. All right, guys, so we're still long Tesla, down slightly. Still looking at the Qs. Bitcoin new low, so Bitcoin's just dumping now, trading under 70K. Under 70K on Bitcoin, guys. So that's actually falling pretty sharply here. Main thing is to have an edge. This channel's an excellent one. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, thank you. Yep, you're absolutely right, Paul. Main thing is to have an edge, right? And that's the thing. There's many different ways to trade. I count myself as more of a contrarian trader. I generally go against the grain. I try to, I don't like to follow the puck. A little bit of a hockey analogy. I like to try to see where the puck is going instead of following it. A lot of people are trend traders. I don't like to trade the trend because often you get these big reversals and shakes people out. But there's certainly patterns that you can trade based on trend. Don't get me wrong, but I'm more of a contrarian trader. I kind of like to do the opposite. Like, for instance, trying to bottom pick Tesla at the lows. For instance, Tesla's been a short pretty much all day, down 4.74%, but we've traded it now 4 times on the long side and made money all 4 times. So it's not your typical approach, right? So most people are shorting Tesla all day. We've traded it 4 times. This is now the 5th time on the long side and made money. So that's kind of a contrarian approach. Sometimes though, I get my ass kicked. Definitely, I'm not immune. We all make mistakes. Right now, the Russell down 2.09%, QQQ down 0.31%. The Qs did turn positive with this big pop, and now they are being sold into. Then we're looking at Tesla. Tesla's getting absolutely demolished, underperforming pretty much every mega cap. AMD's down 4.3, SMCI down 3.9, Bitcoin down 4.88% now, MicroStrategy down 7.5, Coin down 8, NatGas up 5. Still interested in a short on NatGas if it pierces that daily 7MA. 183, 184 zone. I like it. Tesla will add at 160, 107. We only have a 1/4 entry right now on Tesla. You can see the Qs are trying to stabilize, but the Qs have better support at the top of this channel and then this trend line, 438.18. So Tesla's still coming lower. Tesla is still coming lower. Bitcoin's trying to get a small minor bounce here. Bitcoin is trying to bounce. Semiconductors still weak. Tesla's still weak. The Russell's potentially coming back down. Did the Russell fill that gap? Wow, the Russell's coming up into that gap zone, guys. Let me see if I like it as a long. Ooh, it's so tempting here. The Russell, so tempting, guys. IWM, what time is it? 1 hour left? 3 o'clock? Oh, this is so tempting, guys. This is so tempting. What's our divergence looking like? So we're nearing the lows on the 1-minute chart. I am looking at a long on the IWM, guys. I am looking at a long on the IWM. I'm just trying to see. Okay, so we are going to get a positive divergence here with the RSI and the Russell after it makes a new low. We do have a positive divergence. So let me just take that RSI away. I'm just trying to figure something out here to get us the best possible entry on that Russell 2000 trade. And then you have this trend line. Pull that forward. That gives us some support. Okay, guys, I'm looking at a IWM long. Just keep in mind, though, that with this type of weakness in the market, I have seen them flush it for the remaining hour. I have seen them flush it. And the QQQ downside today that I had mapped out basically puts us all the way down at 435.15. That is the measured move down that I have calculated. That is my max extension move today to the downside. But I'm looking at the Russell long basically in and around this viable range. I'm looking at a move between a Pierce of 201 and this 201.15. Okay, so we're going to go along the IWM. I'm about to add to my next Tesla position here, guys. I am going to add to Tesla very shortly. It's coming up into the next support range, so be ready. Be ready. Bitcoin catching a nice bid. Meta rolling over. All right, guys, I just bought some more Tesla there at 161.07. 161.07. That's the second entry on the long side. Average is sitting at 161.31. 161.31. Next ad level is 50 cents lower at this 160.57. Qs are now coming up into some support here. Russell's also trying to come lower. Get ready to go long the IWM, guys. I am going to start a position in the IWM if we hit this lower boundary trend line right around that 201 zone. Gap fill sitting at the first key green trend line here, the first green moving average. So keep your eye on that trade. Apple curling down. Meta's getting hit hard now. Meta's getting hit really, really hard. Qs are coming up into some support here. Dollar's still trending at the highs. Tesla volume is increasing quite substantially. I'm interested to see what the Tesla daily volume today is. Are we nearing 101 million shares? So probably tack on another 20, 30 million by the close. So yeah, that could be a decent amount. You're going to definitely trade above the average volume. So you're starting to approach a little bit of a near-term potential bounce in Tesla. It's still not quite there yet, but you are starting to approach that near-term bottom. Close to the IWM long trade, guys. Get ready on the Russell 2000. Ooh, Nat Gas is coming into that 7-day moving average, guys. Let's see that KOLD chart. KOLD right back down. So Nat Gas is about to hit that daily 7 MA, guys. That daily 7 MA on Nat Gas is about to get tagged. I don't like the fact that you're putting in consolidation on the natural gas chart. So maybe let it pierce a little bit higher around 184. Tesla's still coming. All right, we're into this gap fill. IWM is now filling a gap. The Russell 2000 is now filling a major technical gap. A major technical gap on the Russell 2000. But I want that 201. 201 pierce, guys. 201, get ready. Get ready. Get ready. All right, guys, I'm grabbing some here. 201.03. 201.03. I just got filled. 201.03. 201.03. This is a 1/4 position. Understand the Russell's very, very weak. The Russell is very, very weak. Nat Gas is hitting that shortable zone, but I haven't taken it yet. So right now we're long the Russell and we're long Tesla. 1/4 position on the Russell, and it's a half position so far on Tesla. Nat Gas, KOLD, I am interested in going long, but we are long the Russell 2000 off of this beautiful, beautiful channel zone. Tesla, you can see, is putting in a little bit of reversal intraday, but a big move down on the Russell. You're now into some parallel channel support. If for some reason we go lower than that, the next entry on the Russell is going to be down here at 200.7. 200.7. That'll be our second entry on the long side. And then basically 200.4, so every 30 cents lower, I will add. Whoops. All right, guys, so we have more action here. It's now power hour. Let's see if it's a power hour or if it's a sour hour. Let's see here, guys. So Tesla's moving. Russell's trying to move. Come on. Here we go, guys. We're in the action seat. Long Tesla, long the Russell. High risk trades all the way around. High risk trades all the way around. Qs are trying to get a little bit of a bounce. Dollar's still at the highs. And they could flush this market on us. They absolutely could. We are taking a stab here, guys. We are taking a stab on the long side. Nat gas is into that short zone as we speak. I'm actually not going to short nat gas. It's been putting in a little bit too much consolidation there. So we'll just watch the QQQ chart here just to see a variety of the indices. You can see the Qs are trying to bounce. Tesla's still coming lower, guys. Tesla's still coming lower. Again, add level on Tesla 160.57. That's where I'll add. Qs are getting a bounce. That should help Tesla. That should help Tesla. IWM went below 200 for a quick second. Yes, it did. Yeah, IWM. No, this is just a day trade, Ram. Just a day trade on the Russell. I'm not going to swing the Russell overnight because I actually think it could go lower. But this is just a day trade. You know, you probably could get a bounce tomorrow. If the Russell stays at the lows here, you probably do get a bounce tomorrow up to back to 202. I could see that, but I mean, a hard candle down like we've just seen on the Russell just blasted through, it rejected off the 7-day moving average. It absolutely just sliced through the 20-day moving average like a hot knife through butter. Now it's targeting the 50. The 50 is all the way down at 198.25. So could you get a small intraday bounce tomorrow, retest the 20? Potentially. But there's also a scenario where you could gap down tomorrow and hit the 50. So markets tend to move very quickly, right? You have, markets rally exceptionally with sheer momentum, and then they fall with even greater momentum, one could argue. So we are long and strong Tesla. We are long the Russell, and I am expecting a little bit of a bounce in the major indices here. QQQ could come down to this upsloping trend line around 437.70. So we'll have to watch that closely. Meta's still selling really hard. Amazon's still consolidating bullishly. Google's still putting bullish consolidation. Apple looking bearish. Microsoft curling down. Obviously, Tesla's just exceptionally weak. Next ad level on the Russell's coming into play, guys. Next ad level on the Russell 2000 is coming into play. So I will add to the Russell a little bit lower here. We are starting to approach the next ad level, 200.7 on the Russell, 200.7. We've had a nice fall on the Russell, a really good fall from grace on the Russell. Small caps under a lot of pressure today. Tesla, big reversal there on Tesla, really big reversal. A nice positive divergence on the IWM, low in price action, but a higher high on the RSI. Intraday, that should provide a little bit of an option. I'm even interested in adding potentially here as we are stabilizing and seeing the likes of Tesla bounce, Bitcoin bounce, seeing some small caps regaining some strength here. SOXS is at the highs again. Get ready to add again to the Russell, guys. Get ready. Come on, Russell. Let's see. All right, guys, I just added again to the Russell there at 200.7. 200.7. I got filled on the Russell. 200.7. That's our second entry on the long side. My average is sitting at 200.84. This is a crazy day. It's been a while since we've been this busy. I'm exhausted already. Had to eat my lunch in front of the computer, but we are long the Russell, long Tesla. Come on, give us a bounce. Let's take us to the promised land. Where are we? Russell's still going lower, guys. Look at this capitulation. The volume is getting immense in this range, which tells me there are buyers stepping in. But we are going lower. We are trying to go lower in the major indices. Dollar's trying to press higher. Next ad level is 200.4. And then after that, it is 200.1. So again, proper risk man. Oh, the Russell, they're taking it down. Qs are taking it down. Wow, look at the Qs. Holy schmoly. They're really hitting NVIDIA now. Microsoft. Meta is just dropping off of a cliff. Come on, Russell. Don't do us dirty. Do not do us dirty like that, Russell. But a big capitulation candle. Wow, Russell's still bleeding, guys. Tesla's bleeding. Russell's bleeding. VIX is screaming here into the close. They could try to flush this. I am seeing Bitcoin catching a minor bid, which is helpful. Bitcoin catching a minor bid is helpful. Wow, look at this Russell. All right, next ad level is coming into play, guys, on both Tesla and the Russell. All right, Tesla, I just got filled 160.57. 160.57. Just added to the Tesla trade again, 160.57. You can see we're bouncing off that zone right now. My average on Tesla is 161.16. We are down on both trades at the moment, but we really haven't seen any sort of a bounce yet. And we still have one more entry on Tesla. If it goes lower, there's one more entry, and there's still two more entries on the Russell 2000. I expect the Russell to try to retest this pivot zone here around 201, give or take. All right, final entry on Tesla, guys, is around 160.07. 160.07. All right, Tesla's trying to bounce here. Russell's trying to bounce. Qs are trying to get a little bit of a bounce. Meta, Apple still weak. All right, Russell right back down. Russell right back down to the lows. Guys, Qs have almost hit that 437 target. I am interested in adding to the IWM again here. I think it's at a nice zone. So get ready to add again to the Russell. All right, guys, I just added there 200.41. Sorry, 200.44 I got filled at. 200.44. I thought it was 200.4, but my broker decided to put me 3 cents higher. 200.44 got filled on the Russell there, taking a slight entry. So my average on the Russell now is 200.7. 200.7. My average on Tesla, 161.16. Come on. Let's see if we can get a bounce. But they are appearing to want to flush this market. That's what it looks like they're trying to do. So that's the risk. Final entry on the Russell's down here at 200.10, guys. Come on, let's see. SOXS at the highs. ARM is coming in. Tesla's trying to bounce. Still weak on the session, but trying to bounce. You have Microsoft coming in, Google curling down, Apple curling down, Amazon curling down. So everything is still curling down into the close here. Come on, Tesla stabilized. Tesla's trying to bounce here despite the Qs still weak. So, I mean, the Qs could flush all the way down to this 435.86 zone. I do expect a little bit of a bounce before. Hopefully that gives us enough to get out of these trades. But I have roughly 360 shares long on Tesla right now. And I have 300 shares long on the IWM. So we're just waiting for a potential bounce. Nice, Bart. That's a wonderful trade. Sometimes it's better just to, yep. All right, Russell's going lower, guys. Take a look at this Russell chart. My, oh my. But the volume's immense. So it is showing buyers stepping in. It's just the market's weak. Market is weak right now. Qs are going lower. That's not going to help Tesla. Wow, they might try to flush this, guys. It's a little bit too early before the market close, in my opinion, but they are trying to flush the Qs. Again, the Qs could potentially want to flush down to this zone here, around this 430, appears to 436. I would expect a bounce. You know, Tesla's trying to hold, but things are just not looking too hot at the moment. Things are not looking too hot. Even though we've been patient on the Russell and Tesla, it's still overshooting to the downside. Big positive divergence on the Russell. A really big positive divergence. All right, a little bit of a bid coming in, guys. We're basically back to the flat line on Tesla, almost making some money on Tesla. Come on, let's see if we can push. Push. Give us a power hour bounce. I will be happy if we get a little bit of a power hour bounce. Come on, Tesla. Push it. Amazon's still curling down. Google, Microsoft's still weak. Microsoft is at a little bit of support right now. But if you break this support trend line on Microsoft, a little bit of a 10-minute head and shoulders will be transpiring. Nat gas is pushing through that 7-day moving average, so it's now up on the session 5.68%. Oil's still up strongly 1.84%, but rejecting off 81. So it seems like there's a little bit of resistance on oil at 81. Our average on the Russell is sitting here at this 0.7 range. I expect a retrace off of this IWM pattern. Let's just see from this sell-off high pivot down to this low. You know, I expect a 50% retracement move back up to 201.31, which puts us right into this pivot resistance. So I think we've just had an overshoot in the near term, but you are seeing a heavy volume accumulation occurring here. Tesla are still waiting on Tesla. What a crazy day, guys. Again, we haven't been this busy in a while. It's been a crazy trading session. And we're trying to go 13 of 13. We've gone 11 wins so far. We're in a 12th trade Tesla and a 13th trade on the Russell 2000. Tesla, we're flat now, bouncing. Russell, we're bouncing. We still should see more upside. Yields are still at the highs, dollars at the highs. Nice little potential 10-minute bottoming tail forming on the Russell. Still 3 minutes left in the candle. Come on, Russell. Move up on us. You know, Tesla might be at a decent opportunity for a swing at this level. It could be at an area of opportunity. You know, it's getting severely oversold on the daily now. Keeps bleeding. Heavy volume coming in this week. We do have some support here as well. It's interesting, this Tesla level. It's very, very intriguing. I'm debating on holding it overnight. I mean, typically when you're not sure about it, like when you don't have a strong conviction, you typically want to not hold it overnight. But, all right, Russell, we're flat, guys. Russell is bouncing here. We're flat on that trade. We're flat on the IWM. Tesla, still seeing sellers. Tesla just keeps underperforming the market day after day after day. Come on, Russell. Get your butt up there. Dollar's still pushing. Just a lot of relentless selling now in the Qs. You're seeing tremendous amount of weakness creeping back into Apple, creeping back into NVDA. Tesla's down 5% now on the session. You have NVIDIA down 4.15. So you see how quickly stocks can reprice themselves based off of new data? Based off of new data. Look at AMD dump. Yep, AMD is getting hit hard, down 5.17. Monster move down, guys. Monster move down on AMD. Monster. Look at that SOX fly. All right, we're now up 14.47% on our SOXS positions. Great job, members. Great job. All right, so still waiting on Tesla to show some strength here, but the Qs really aren't showing much strength itself. Russell had a little bit of a bounce here, still looking for a little more from the Russell. I think we can squeeze a little bit more out. Yeah, Chris is bringing up a really good solid point here. He's observing the relative strength in MSOS. So that can be applied to pretty much any stock across the board. What you want to look for in a day like today when you have a broad market sell-off, eliminate energy stocks because they're in a world of its own. They're strong. But you look for any sort of tech stocks, any sort of, look for the sectors that are underperforming, like real estate, like financials, like consumer discretionary, like utilities, like the transports. Look for names that are showing relative strength, names that are holding positive gains, names that when the indices are falling, they're actually holding at the lows or just not going lower. So those relative strength plays are important because the market will get a bounce. And when the market does bounce, you see liquidity flowing back in. Those relative strength names often outperform. So he's observing MSOS, Eric's observing PayPal. And those names, when the market firms up, they're going to go higher. They're really going to go higher. All right, Tesla's still weak. Russell's still weak. All right, guys, so we're now uptick here, flat on Tesla. Russell's also trying to make another push higher here. So we are starting to see some strength coming back in to some of the longs that we're in. Russell's still super, super wick. I'm seeing the VIX starting to curl down a little bit. That does it. Bitcoin's actually trying to put in a little reversal back above 70K. So we are starting to see a little bit of a little bit more positive price action coming into the picture here. Nat gas still holding the majority of its gains, so that's good to see. You know, I'm scrolling through my list today and I see Amazon, Google up on the session. I see obviously energy stocks. I see DWAC up 1.19%. Eli Lilly holding some gains. I see TPST holding up. I see DraftKings holding up. I see O'Reilly, Valero, CI. I see copper stocks, SCCO holding firm. CVS holding firm. Tenon Medical, Airbnb, Dick's Sporting Goods up 15%. Fastenal slightly green. PayPal slightly green. So there is some pockets of strength in this market. You know, I look through large cap stocks. You have NextEra Energy slightly green. RTX, so Raytheon, defense stocks, industrial showing some strength. CVS again, COP, LMT, PayPal, MO, Altria, Booking. Not many names are green. You're also seeing TJX green, NOC, Northrop Grumman, EOG. So a lot of the defense names holding. PGR, insurance, Airbnb, BSX, PXD, that's an energy side. ITW, that's Illinois Toolworks. Schlumberger, Halliburton. Again, a lot of energy stocks. Fastenal, mentioned that one. Copart, CPRT, WST holding strength. So there is some pockets of strength in this market. There is certainly some pockets of strength. Still waiting on Tesla to try to get above this range and retest. I think Tesla will retest this high pivot at 162. Qs though are going lower. So notice how Tesla has been weak all day, but is kind of stabilizing in this region, and the Qs are actually going lower. So Qs are going lower, Tesla's not going lower with the Qs. So that tells me that once the Qs do bounce, Tesla's going to have a really big rip. You know, obviously it can still go lower with more weakness, but you know, the fact that the Qs are making new lows off of the sell-off and Tesla's trying to hold this area tells me that there's a lot of support here. A lot of buyers are stepping up and trying to put an underlying bid. So, you know, I might swing Tesla overnight, a small share size. Right now I have 360 shares. It's a 3/4 position. It's about 58,000. I might swing it overnight, but I might pare that back if we get a bounce and take some profits. We'll see. I'm still deciding. I am still deciding. ANF looks good for swing short down to 102 to 95 range in my opinion. So that's Abercrombie and Fitch. Oh, sorry guys, I'm just exhausted today. It's been one hell of a day here. For Brinjabear. You know, we already shorted this with members. We were able to make a nice, I think it was around 8%. We already closed that swing short. Yeah, so we actually shorted it around this 126 range, rode it down to 116.15. Now we're back up into that range. Yeah, you're right. That does look like an opportunity. The only thing, though, is you look at how much the indices and small caps have sold off today, that if this bounces, if the indices get a bounce, you know, especially around small caps, this could push back up to about, I have my next short level around this 131. That's where I have it, to be honest. All right, Tesla, we're in the green. Tesla, we're in the, but I think that Abercrombie will come down. Tesla's making a nice push higher here, guys. Tesla is pushing. This is a nice trade. So just be careful with this one. Weekly chart still showing positive this week. All inside bar action. You know, this could push higher up to about 131, 130. That's where I'm looking, Brinja Bear. Not saying this level can't work out. Like, I already took this short once with members at this 126 average. So, I mean, we know there's sellers here. And we made money. But typically stocks, you know, whenever typically stocks are trading at that all-time high RSI, you know, all-time high price action, very extended RSI, typically off the first breakdown move, when the stock bounces, it actually oftentimes will take out the previous high, and then you're looking for a negative divergence on the RSI. So typically when stocks bounce initially off of that first pullback on the RSI, they actually make a new high or a double top, and then you typically get a lower high on the RSI. So just be cautious with this one. It's not an easy short. It's not an easy short. A lot of short interest. It's been screaming all year. The Russell 2000 trying to make a little bit of a push higher. Russell is trying to make a push higher. We're back in the money on Tesla. So we're seeing some Tesla strength continuing. You're welcome. No problem, Ridja. That's what I'm here for. The Russell trade just went green there briefly. We did go green briefly. Can they give us a little bit of a power hour squeeze? I'd like to think so. But pretty much a broad market sell-off today. Pretty much a broad market sell-off with semiconductors and Tesla leading the charge to the downside. The only sector strong today is energy. Energy is strong today. XOM, Bitcoin, crypto are weak. VIX has caught a nice bid. VIX actually did fill that 730 gap, or actually it's coming up to it now. So the VIX has pushed higher here. Russell still just so weak, but potentially putting in a micro little bull flag pattern. Obviously the trend is down today, so it could fail at any point. But we're still into a big oversold support range here on the Russell. Alright guys, so we are seeing the Qs putting in new lows on the session, and look at Tesla, still trying to hold here. Russell also trying to hold this low despite the Qs selling. VIX at the highs of the session. VIX did fill that 730 gap. It's actually trading at 736. So again, I told Ram to look at that 690 level to enter on the UVXY, and it just blasted up off of that 690 level. So good to see there. MSTR down 10% already on the session. So Bitcoin under a lot of pressure today. Bitcoin under immense pressure today. The whole crypto market cap is. And that's because the dollar and yields are repricing to the inflation. So what was interesting is we saw earlier in the week that the stock market, yield market believed it, stock market didn't believe the CPI print. Then today, what comes out? Strong labor market, weak retail sales, and a strong PPI number. So kind of the worst case scenario for stocks, and we are seeing assets reprice across the board. With oil breaking out today, with copper breaking out yesterday, the reflation trade could be on. Energy stocks are certainly pointing to that. Small caps are leading the charge to the downside. Regional banks are getting absolutely hammered to the downside. So a lot of weakness in this market today. Again, you can see the Qs. They may want to flush it all the way down to the low of this channel. Anyone still holding those 437 puts, those ended up going over 290%, as they are in the money right now. I closed them for about 104, so kind of should have held them a little bit longer. All right, Russell's coming up to the next add level here at 200.1. We will add to our Russell position. This is the last entry on the Russell, guys. I'm not going to add any more. We still have one more entry on Tesla to DCI our average, but things are looking pretty grim today for the whole market. Pretty grim. Bitcoin now down 5.69%, potentially putting in a weekly topping tail. Nasty weekly topping tail forming on the Bitcoin chart. Tesla still coming in lower. IWM, new low of day. So just a sheer amount of weakness in this market. Sheer amount of weakness. All right, guys, I just, from yesterday, I swung that UVXY trade at that 685 level. We swung UVXY at 685 though. But I did close the day trade there at 736. So 736 UVXY day trade from yesterday, I did just close, okay? So we swung it from 685 yesterday. And we did just close that for a nice solid gain. That's a beautiful gain from yesterday. Roughly 7.2%. You can see the Russell still just bleeding here, guys. The Russell 2000 just does not want to see any sort of buyers come into the picture. And if they close these markets at the dead lows, you could be in for a gap down tomorrow. If we gap down tomorrow, guys, you want to buy stocks on the long side. You want to start buying it for day trades. If we do a gap down tomorrow, since we've seen harsh selling today, that'll be a good risk to reward entry on the long side for many names, just for day trade. But that would be absolutely, I think, a bull's dream, is if we do gap down tomorrow, then names like NVDA, Apple, Tesla, AMD can all be scooped up for a quick intraday long bounce. If we gap up tomorrow, I think it's a fade opportunity. All right, small caps trying to catch a bid. Tesla trying to catch a bid. Still holding a long on Tesla at 161.16 average. And we're also still holding a long on the Russell 2000. Small caps, can we get a push in small cap land? I still think 201.27 is a feasible target, just based off of pure short squeeze alone. It's common sense is saying, I see some similarities in the charts of the current trades. Can you elaborate on that? I'm not too sure what you mean. Come on, Tesla. All right, Tesla's back in the money, guys. We are still seeing Tesla push higher here. Again, I think that Tesla could be a swing tradable level here for a 1 or 2 day hold, but we are back in the money. This is the 5th time we're trading Tesla on the long side, guys, and we've made money on the previous 4 attempts, and hopefully on the 5th attempt we also get back in the money. Come on. Seeing the Qs get a nice bounce. VIX is cooling off just a touch. Dollar's still at the highs. Yield's still at the highs. NVDA down 3.5%. What's interesting is you still have the Qs down 0.67%, but Apple and both Microsoft and Google and Amazon are positive. So you have 4 mega caps, the 2 largest companies, Apple and Microsoft, and 4 big mega caps, Google and Amazon, the 4th and 5th biggest company, are still positive on the session, and you have the Qs still down 0.67%. So it just shows you how much weighting is in the semiconductors, just saturation in the semiconductors. You know, for the semis to drag the Qs down by 0.67%, and you have company number 1, company number 2, company number 3, and company number 4 still green by a fair margin. You know, you're talking about Microsoft up 2%, Apple up 1%, Google up 2.3%, Amazon up 1%. That just shows you how much selling and saturation there is in the semis. And this is what the risk lies, right? Our markets get so gung-ho on one specific trend, one specific theme. You know, we went through the EV bubble with Tesla and all these Rivians and Fiskars and all these other companies. Massive, massive, massive bubbles. And then when they unwind, they just take everything down. And now you're potentially seeing the start of an unwinding in the semiconductors. Potential start of the unwinding. They're still in a raging bull market, even with the sell-off, but definitely showing some signs of potentially fragile price action. Come on, IWM, bounce, baby, bounce, 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 bounce. Can we get a late day bounce on the Russell 2000? How's the predictogram growing? All right, Tesla again. We're waiting on Tesla, and we're waiting on the Russell. So guys, so far we have 13 trades on the, well, 2 trades on the go right now, but we've taken 13 trades today. We're in number 12 and 13 right now. We're green on Tesla and we're green on the Russell. Can we go 13 of 13 today? It's looking likely that we will. Again, anybody, please check on my tradingcapital.ca Discord. Like this video, share it, show some love. We've been on this trading stream since the morning open, and we've been providing lots of alpha opportunities, from SMCI shorts to Boyle longs to Tesla longs to QQQ put plays to everything else in between. VIX, UVXY, MSTR, monster win on that one. Members already up about 7.9% on our MSTR swing position, so that's beautiful to see. I think you'll have bigger support on MSTR around 1424. That's where I could see MSTR trading to. You know, but the crypto market's looking heavy here. Again, weekly potential topping tails forming in the crypto market. Right off key resistance. I could see the total crypto market cap retracing to 2.17 trillion, which would imply roughly another amount of roughly about 344 billion exiting. You know, and then you wonder, where's that capital going to go? If 344 billion exits the crypto market, where's that capital going to rotate to? Amazing, Tom. Happy day. Paul, big smiles. Happy Pi Day. You made, He's at $31,415. Say coincidence. Nice job, Tom. Nice job, Tom. Tesla were green. Russell were trying to go green. That's a beautiful win, Tom. Congrats. Which trade was your biggest winner, Tom, today? Mine was definitely MSTR, MicroStrategy short. We crushed that. That was our big pre-market plan. All right, Tesla's trying to make another push here, guys. Tesla is trying to make another push. Anybody and the viewers in the stream, if you want to put down which ticker you made the most money on today, that would be appreciated. That would be appreciated. Mine was MSTR. Tesla's still trying to curl up a little bit. Russell, we're flat on the Russell. I still think the Russell can get a final little squeeze and pop. I think might see a sheen candle to the upside. I think we're going to see some short covering late into the close here, which will add extra fuel to the fire. So currently nicely moving up on Tesla. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Come on, Tesla. Push, 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 push. You know you want to retest 162. Come on, Tesla. Nice job, Eric. That's a monster trade. Beautiful. Even more money than I did on MSTR. That's amazing. 6.8K on MSTR trade. Beautiful. %3 on ARM. Nice job. MSTR shorted twice. Good job, Bart. Michael's saying nat gas. Yep, that was a monster trade too. We caught that huge boil pop on inventories. You're seeing Qs running into resistance here. Oh, that's still great. That's still great, Eric. That's beautiful gains. Oh, come on. We may not have a perfect day, guys. We may not have a perfect day. Tesla's coming down a little bit. We got 14 minutes left, and I will be ending the stream pretty much right at 4, as I have a couple things to do. So I'm just going to say thank you all for tuning in. We'll get the thank yous and goodbyes out of the way because I do have to hop off. But thank you all for tuning in. I mean, I'm going to keep it going till 4, till the close, since we have a couple positions open still. Tesla, nice green stick. We're basically back in the green on both trades. This is good to see. This is good to see. Wow. How was yoga, by the way? It was very blissful. We had sound bowls there, so it was a special class where they actually had sound bowls, extra sound bowl healing, playing it, and I was the only male in the class. And but it was very rejuvenating. There was actually a little Bengal cat just like mine that was lurking around and being very curious, but it was a very nice class. Very nice class. I enjoyed it. Good stretch. Thanks for asking. All right, so we are seeing a little bit of a late day pop here. Coinbase puts maybe the most money. I could not short MSTR on brokerage. Yeah, you still made money on coin, right? Down 8% today. I know we probably would have liked to hold our coin short from yesterday, but again, you just have to take profits where the market gives you, right? All right, guys, Tesla pushing up here. Tesla is ripping. IWM trying to make another move higher. We should get one more little gasp higher here, guys. We should get one more little push higher. On both the Russell, the Qs, and Tesla. Come on. One more push. Give us a big green stick into the close. They often in the last 5-10 minutes, you get some really big, crazy moves. Markets have been in a downtrend. They might try to facelift it into the close. I am seeing the VIX being sold into, so they might use that liquidity in the VIX to pop the markets here. That's typically what happens. But again, it's looking like we're going 13 of 13 here, guys. We are in the driver's seat. Do not let the trades go against you anymore. Do not let the trades. Come on, let's give us a squeeze. Give us a quick squeeze higher here. Give us a quick squeeze higher. Come on. Still holding firm. I still like this 201 level, 201.15 on the Russell, guys. Nice squeeze, guys. Nice squeeze. All right, I'm selling everything here, guys. I sold my IWM. I'm selling my Tesla. I just sold everything. Guys. Beautiful trade. I just exited all positions there. No more positions holding overnight. I did take profits on both the Russell right into this resistance, and I took profits on Tesla. I think Tesla can still squeeze higher, but I just wanted to secure everything and not hold these day trades overnight. Going into tomorrow with a lot of extra cash, still holding a few different swing positions overnight that members know about, but definitely an interesting session. Tesla's still squeezing. A really, really interesting market session here, guys. Very, very lucrative for us. It's been a stellar day. Thank you all for tuning in. And we went 13 for 13 today, guys. So give yourself a round of applause if you were able to execute most of those trades. I know I'm a high frequency trader and often take more trades than most people. There's some people that even take more trades than me, which is definitely crazy. But again, even if you caught half of the trades that we were in, you would have made money. And that's what it's all about, right? Positioning ourselves, putting ourselves in the right position to keep accumulating cash, keep building up some core positions to execute on the turn of the market. And it's been a nice pump. Look at this Russell, still pumping, guys. Anyone in that? Beautiful job. Wow, nice squeeze into the close. Nice squeeze. Anyone still holding, you're in the driver's seat. You are in the driver's seat on both trades here. Look at the pump, guys. Look at the pump into the close. They are giving this market a little bit of facelift, which makes me think that they probably gap it down tomorrow. So, pretty tremendous squeeze there late into the close. Russell hit my upside target, 201.27, 50% retrace. Tesla also now hitting the intraday 10-minute moving average. But look at that squeeze. Wow, that was epic. Guys. Wow. What a day, guys. What a day. You know what's crazy? You still had someone cancel their membership today. That's insane. That's all right. No hard feelings in this business. Not on days like these. All right, so let's just quickly summarize things. 10-year yield at the highs. Long end of the curve outperforming short end of the curve. Gold, silver down. VIX up. Dollar up. Yields up. Oil up. Natural gas up. So all energy complex ripping today. Massive weakness across the semiconductors still being observed. Semiconductors are underperforming the Qs. Qs are outperforming the Russell. Small caps are getting hit hard. Small caps getting hit hard down, IWM down 2.18% is telling us that, okay, risk sentiment is slowly starting to wane. People are dumping the riskier assets, the stocks that have higher beta, the stocks that are typically less cash flow positive, the stocks that have less strength on their balance sheet, aka small caps. They're dumping it. Regionals, KRE, underperforming the Russell itself. So that's not a positive sign for financials when they underperform the major indice. Bitcoin and crypto taking a big dump today. Bitcoin trading back below 70K at 69.7. You do have Amazon and Google showing some strength today, energy stocks showing some strength. So it wasn't a broad market sell-off because you had energy strong, but every sector did close red today. Look at this rip on the Russell. Anyone still holding? Congratulations, you've got diamond hands. I had paper hands. But we still made money. 13 of 13 winning trades today in the live day trade room. Guys, take a look at Fisker. Holy, I didn't even realize Fisker is just popping up to the high side there. FSR, nice green stick, still down in the session, 51%, but that one's triggered a little bit of an inverse head and shoulders. Now, FSR is kind of that speculative play that, it's down quite substantially on at these lows. Typically, they love to save these stocks and shake people out at the near-term lows. You get shorts that cover because it's pretty much almost at zero. And this is a lotto play. This is one of my favorite lotto play setups where I think this one can snap back. I think we could easily, from 15 cents, I think we can easily go back to 30 cents, which would be a double. And then you're still trading in a massive downtrend. So, but a nice little clean breakout there into the close on Fisker. It has triggered a little bit of an inverted head and shoulder. Tiny percentage of your portfolio if you're trying to gamble on the long side. Even I haven't even looked to see if they're doing options on this name, but definitely if you're buying common shares on the long, just size it appropriately and go into the trade expecting a 100% loss, because you never want to put in more than you can lose. But it does appear that Fisker could push up tomorrow if the indices are firm, back up to say this 17 cents level, just based off this little intraday pattern, which would still be a pretty hefty move. But even if you double 15 to 30 cents, 30 cents, let's just see where 30 cents puts us. 30 cents is still in this gap zone. You're still into the gap window. So you'd still be down on the session quite substantially, even if it doubled from here. It's going to be an interesting one. But it's a pure lotto play, pure speculation gamble on FSR. Again, I'm not recommending this one a buy. I just put a little bit of a lotto play of my portfolio into this name. Ram, thank you. Appreciate it. Everybody, it's now 3 minutes left till the close. We went 13 for 13 today, so congrats. And I am going to wrap up the stream here. I just want to say thank you all for tuning in. Members, thank you for supporting this channel. Thank you everybody who liked the video. Thank you everybody who's commenting. And thank you for all the other insider tips, the news plays that you guys help me out with, looking at fundamentals. I can only keep my eyes on so many things. So it's always appreciative when we work as a cohesive collective to come across trades, analyze charts, look for new setups. A lot of times you guys bring forth opportunities that I'm not even looking at. So it's definitely appreciated. It's a collective team effort here, and it's another trading session here at Trading Capital Inc. where we have netted tremendous profits. So take care, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow is Friday, so let's see if they crush the VIX on Friday. That's going to be telling. Thanks, Eric. Thanks, Paul. Thanks, Michael. Thanks, Brina Bear. Andre, thank you. It's Common Sense. Bart, everybody on the stream, thank you for your support. And they're still pumping the Qs into the close. Still pumping. What a move on Tesla, guys. What a move. Even small caps. I mean, wow. Wow, 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 wow. The magic wand comes out in the end of the session and they pump the markets up. Pump the markets up late into the close to try to change the sentiment. What a move, guys. What a move. All right, guys, that's it. Market's closed. Thank you all for tuning in. Massive day for us. We'll see you tomorrow, guys.